Hello everyone, my webcam seems to have vanished. Gonna pop that one right back up. Come on webcam, where you at? Hmm. Is it working on the arena? It's not working on the arena. Oh, Mestastic, it's so fun. And Mestastic, if you have a Magic Online account, you have a free Vintage Cube draft, so it's like absolutely free of charge. You can just jump right in and do one for free. It's pretty sick. Hmm. Alright, still trying to get the webcam up here. Should hopefully be ready in a second. Try unplugging it and plugging it back in. That old standby. Alright. Oh yeah, no, you can't get this game on Mac. What are you... Are you crazy? No way. There we go, that's me. Alright, we just gotta adjust the green screen, it'll be ready to go. This webcam just decides to stop functioning every few streams, which so much I would do if I were just a little techier. Alright, let's add a good filter for this. At least I can do this part by heart now. That seems to be working pretty well. All right, now it's time to do some cubing. Thanks everybody for showing up and working with me while I readjusted my whole stream after 2 weeks off. Reality on the left, reality on the left. Where? Where's reality? Oh, I see. Got a little smidge of reality showing. Can't be doing that. Thank you, Tammy. All right. And we got a little bit of fuzz there, but that's fine. All right, let's get into the vintage cube. So I'll be trying to, I guess, assume that some of my viewers are not big vintage cube people. I would love to convert you to vintage cubing. But I'll be trying to explain my my plans a bit more clearly than I otherwise would, saying a little bit more about the cards and so on. I should also mention that in Vintage Cube, I've drafted a lot of this format in past iterations, and I'm kind of bored playing the best decks, so to speak. I'm pretty unlikely to do something really standard like Green Ramp or White Weenie or like a heavy blue deck. I like drafting kind of multicolored piles with a bunch of disruption and weird synergies, and artifact piles with a bunch of weird synergies. We may end up playing something more standard, but maybe trying to aim for stuff that's off the beaten path a little bit. Playing something a little more unusual. We'll get you yet, Necrosis. Alright, so we got a bunch of cards here. That was an unhelpful sentence. So, good cards here. Shipwreck Marsh is a fine dual land. Blue and black are good colors. Layla the Blade Reforged is really, really strong. It basically is a 3-3 with haste that draws a card whenever it attacks, and also gets bigger than a 3-3 haste pretty fast. So that's really exciting. Upheaval's good in a particular kind of ramp deck, but it's like, it's easy for this card to be better for your opponent than it is for you, so you want to be careful with that sort of thing. We also have a little bit of light leaking in. Should I be turning off some of the lights here? Didn't really help that much, huh? See if I can adjust the light in a second. So Lyla's looking like my pick. Bloodtithe Harvester is not as exciting in Vintage Cube as it is in Crimson Vow Draft, I'll tell you that much. Hero Bladehold's pretty good, but it's more of a late pick. Coalition Relic is the other card here that, like, kind of appeals to me. This puts us more of a rampy direction. This puts us in a little bit more of a disruptive aggro direction. And I think I'm just going to go for Lyla here. I like Lyla. I want to try something a little faster in general. So we'll take you. And what do we have here? We've got Magda in terms of aggro red creatures that lend a little bit to the 5-color archetype. Magda making mana of any color is nice. We've got Remand, which is a perfectly solid card as well. You know, we're likely to end up playing at least some blue in our deck, and Remand's a great card against decks that are playing expensive cards. Dark Confidence, also really exciting, although it's the kind of card that does wheel pretty frequently. Tundra, any dual land is potentially exciting, but Tundra isn't necessarily that exciting on its own. So we got Remand, Magda, Tundra, Bob. I think Magda and Bob are both likely to wheel, so I'm kind of likely to go in a Remand or Tundra direction. Unholy Heat's not that exciting in the Vintage Cube, because a lot of people just aren't playing that many creatures or Planeswalkers. I think I'll just grab the Remand here. I like Remand. Okay, so cards here worth mentioning. Why is Flamespill in the cube? What is... Alright, Flamespill is a mono-red card that we're not that interested in. Badlands is a card I'm very interested in. Good dual land. Hits 2 colors we're trying to play. Grist the Hunger Tide is interesting, but not that aggressive. It's like... It's a fine card, but I think I'm likely to just take the dual land here and keep my options more open. Grist is replaceable. Necrosis of Dark Confidant is named after Bob Maher. It used to be the case that whenever you won a Magic World Championship, they let you design a card and they put your face on the card. They still do that, in fact. Like Elite Spellbinder is Paulo Vitor Damo de Rosa. Similarly, Dark Confidant is Bob Maher, the person who was the world champion a long, long time ago. That's the story. Alright, so we grab the Badlands. Here I'm seeing a Karn, Scion of Urza, which is pretty exciting if you have a bunch of, like, ramp spells to hit it on turn 3, which does not look like what we're going to be doing with our deck. Although, you know, where it's early yet, there's also Seasoned Pyromancer, which is really good in the kind of disruptive archetype. The only problem with Seasoned Pyromancer is it's double red, which is a little tricky to pull off. And then finally there's Animate Dead. Animate Dead is a card that I think is really exciting to take early. Not like I love playing Reanimator, but it's a thing you can often get cards for late. And Animate Dead, because it hits both graveyards, is really exciting against other people who are trying to do Reanimator stuff, or who just... you know, end up with big stuff in their graveyard because you discard or whatever. It's also just a cheap way to get your own cards back. It's just like 2 mana, literally bring a card back and cast it, so which is always just really efficient. So I think I'm going to take Animate Dead here. Although Seasoned Pyromancer is close. Alright, here we've got Murderous Rider, which is fine, but double black's... it's not actually that good. Double black's a lot. Taiga, which is nice. You know, any dual land in this kind of archetype is pretty exciting. We've got Kroxa, Titan of Death's Hunger, which really says we are diving hard into red-black. This card's not very good unless you can escape it. It's not that easy to escape. Not super excited about Kroxa. It might even wheel. Eternal Witness is interesting, but double green's tough. I think I just want to grab the Taiga here. Just keep setting myself up to play a bunch of multicolored disruptive cards. Hellrider's interesting, but I don't know how aggressive we're necessarily going to be. I could see a lot of justification for a lot of cards in this pack. I'm just going to snag the Taiga and keep my options open. Okay, here we've got Duress is reasonable disruption. Dig Through Time is very powerful, but double blue. A little hard to pull off. Fyndhorn Elves is good ramp, but really looking for ramp spells that make mana besides green. Also, Jared Magno, first-time subscriber. It's really exciting to see you here. Thanks for subbing, even though we're just doing some Vintage Cube here like everybody else this season. Wait, did we change the sub message? Nah, no, the sub message did not get changed. We just have two of them up for some reason. As usual, there's a little bit of chaos on the digital backend. All right, I'm gonna take dig through time. Duress is fine, but not that exciting, and I think we could still be in position to play that card and make it work. All right, here we've got Dragon's Rage Channeler, Scrap Heap Scrounger. Survival of the Fittest is pretty funny, but it worked better in decks other than the one we're playing. Gear Hulk requires that you have a bunch of instants tacos, which, unless we take cards like Dig Through Time, I'm not sure we're going to have too often. And yeah, Jared Magno, I'm hoping to do some Brawl. We probably will stream some Brawl at some point, because now it's the new season and I need to hit Mythic again for that. We've also got the Storybook Brawl tournament coming up this weekend. Saturday is going to be an insane stream day next Saturday, because we've got Storybook Brawl Championships. Oh, that might be Friday. Might move that to Friday, and the Decathlon Finals. Anyway, this is Huntmaster of the Fells versus DRC. I think it's just got to be Dragon's Rage Channeler. Huntmaster of the Fells is like a fun card for these like kind of all over the place colorful decks, but Dragon's Rage Channeler is just so strong. And here we're just going to take Bayou. Nature's Claim and Bayou are actually pretty close. Nature's Claim being 1 mana is super efficient, and it's going to have targets in literally every deck to hit. Actually, I think it is Nature's Claim. Now that I'm saying it, it seems like it's clearly Nature's Claim. This card's just too flexible, too powerful. And here we've got Hexdrinker, Vraska, Kitesail, Freebooter. I just got 8 tokens, Mestastic, but 8 tokens, it lets you kind of max out your 3 drafts, so you don't actually need all 10. I wasn't going to be playing Crimson Vow draft into Decathlon. That didn't seem like fun. Hexdrinker, Vraska. This is close. Vraska, like, appeals to a slightly grindier deck, and Hexdrinker is a little bit more aggressive. I'm kind of interested in trying Hexdrinker. Might be bad, but I'm interested in trying it. And now we're going to grab Bob for sure. And this looks like Rockfell Vale. Yeah, alright, so we're like more like Jund now. Jund aggro. I could go for some Jund aggro. Banefire or Woe Strider? I think it's just Woe Strider. Now, Jund aggro is not like a good archetype. By no means is Jund aggro a good archetype, but we didn't come here to play a good deck. I don't get it. Is there a value to having 10? I might have just like misremembered the numbers. It may be that 10 tokens actually gets you an extra reward. Ah, Necrocista, I'm sorry. I think I played Blue-White Blink in Historic Artisan. Quantaray, I mean the, like, set championships. Alright, so we got possible Jund stuff going here, although Remand is still quite splashable. And while we're waiting for people, let's see if I can fix my camera here. Where did the, let's see if I can fix this chroma key up a little bit. Editing the chroma key. Can I make things a little bit... What's the plan here? I just want to diminish that light source a bit. Alright, meanwhile, we've got a card to pick here. Ooh, Kolaghan's Command, Misty Rainforest, and Tassiger are all kind of interesting. Scavenging Ooze is also not bad. I think this is probably supposed to be Misty Rainforest with the hope of wheeling Kolaghan's Command. Although Kolaghan's Command is really good, and we do like Scavenging Ooze and Sword of Body and Mind in this deck, potentially. I feel like I could probably pick up enough Jund lands. I'm not going to need Misty Rainforest too much. Misty's obviously good with Kroxa, which is nice. But I think I just take K-Command here. I think K-Command is a card that I don't want to risk not wheeling. I don't know. There's maybe no chance K-Command doesn't wheel, but I like K-Command. Alright, and we got Stomping Ground, Dam, which is just okay, Assassin's Trophy, which is just okay. Nissa is interesting. We don't have that much ramp, but we could pick up a couple of ramped spells, and Nissa comes down and kind of shuts people out. Yeah, Happy Goblin. We're just not really looking to be a 6-drop deck, I don't think. I don't think that's where we're going here. Koth isn't that interesting if we're not playing a ton of mountains. Abbott is pretty weak. We might wheel that. Omnath is interesting. We could take Omnath and try to play a bunch of colors. Stomping Ground or Omnath? I think we take Stomping Ground and see if Omnath wheels. This is not a real deck we're building. We might be drafting twice today and like giving this one up real fast, but I'm trying something. Alright, Tireless Tracker, Haunted Ridge, Raging Ravine, Sylvan Library. Pretty sure this is just Sylvan Library. I think Sylvan Library is a bomb. It's just really, really strong. And of course, some great blue cards here, some great combo cards here. This cube does want you to be comboing. They've kind of made it a little bit less fair over time, which is sad but understandable. Obviously, it'd be fun to play a deck that was, could grab Warren, Power Stone, or Sneak Attack here, but I'm just going to take Sylvan. Just going to try and grind people out with that. All right, speaking of grinding, we got Emery and Mindslaver here. It's a fun combo that we won't be able to use. We also got Mana Tithe, Counterspell, Through the Breach. Yeah, this is a Garbo pack for us. Could take Emery on spec. Actually, could just take Hallowed Fountain. We're not necessarily just Jund. We could be in a bunch of other colors as well. Hallowed Fountain lets us speculate a bit on other colors and seems much better than any of the other garbage in this pack. Maybe next draft will be Big Mana Artifacts. Big Mana Artifacts is a lot of fun too. But let's just take Hallowed Fountain for now. Alright, here we got Polluted Delta Tropical Island in the many colors department. We got Lotus Petal, which is not going to be super good for us. I do like Garruk Wildspeaker. Garruk Wildspeaker sets up your mana really nicely and can get aggressive as well. Thirst for Discovery is not that interesting. I don't want to be spending a lot of time just drawing cards. I'd rather be playing to the battlefield. So it's Iteration versus... I think I'm just going to take Delta here. Delta is like a 4-color dual land, which is really strong. And we're going to have plenty of playables here. Alright, Skull Clamp. Skull Clamp is a card I always look for excuses to play if I can. It's not incredible in this deck yet, but we do have Woe Strider and Bob, which are both good Skull Clamp targets. Skull Clamp and Duretti work fantastically together, but unfortunately we're unlikely to end up with both. I could also just grab Duretti. God, giving up on Skull Clamp sucks so bad. Ah, man. I think Skull Clamp, and then we'll see if we get to some of the other cards that are good with Skull Clamp later. Lonus Cryptozoologist is in the cube. That's a weird choice. All right, we got Scalding Tarn, which fits Hallowed Fountain and several of our other dual lands, so I think it's just Scalding Tarn. Giver of Runes is cute, but I'm not sure we really want to be committing to that much white. Savannah, likewise, is cute, but I think you'd rather have the fetch than the duel here. And Manamorphose is not a stupendous fit. You don't really want to be using Manamorphose just for mana fixing. All right, here we've got Nahiri, which looks good. Imperial Recruiter is pretty meh, and this is more of a combo card, and we don't really have a ton of stuff to fetch with it. So I think we're just going to take Nahiri, which is obviously better if you have some kind of really heavy-hitting creature drop with it, but it's totally fine just as a disruptive element that also loots for you. I like Nahiri. Alright, here we got Blade Splicer, Riftwing, Cloudskate, Sword of Body in Mind. I think I like the Sword. Seems like a good curve topper. Tassiger is also okay, but we've already got Kroxa and Dig Through Time. Potentially, the Delve is a little bit less exciting here. Let's take Sword. Alright, Omnath Wield. Omnath is looking better than Assassin's Trophy and anything else here. See if we can make that card work. We've got Raging Ravine, Overgrown Farmland. It's kind of between these two. I don't think I need Haunted Ridge to be like a second black-red land. Farmland, Ravine. I think I like the creature land here. I guess I'll take Mana Tithe over Emery. I'm not really expecting to use either of these. Adonto Vanguard is a pretty reasonable 2-drop. Storing Wildwood, sure. And Giver of Runes Wield. Alright, so a lot of the white weenie cards are open. So you have some chance to incorporate white into this aggro deck as well. I should definitely emphasize to everyone, this is not an archetype. This is me memeing. Ooh, Moxjet. Yeah, definitely looks like a Moxjet here. Nothing else is even close. This is good. This gives us some powerful openings we could curve into. Maybe we can wield this Umezawa's Jite or a Gitaxian Probe or something. Meanwhile, what's going on with this Chroma Key? Oh, that looks nicer. All right. All right, that helps a bit. Olivia Crimson Bride. Yeah, there are some really bad cards from there are some really bad cards from Crimson Vow at this cube. Do not play Olivia Crimson Bride. Do not recommend. Old Rutstein's kind of cute. It's like not quite as aggressive as we want to be, but I do love the grind. But of course we'll wheel that if we want to. This looks like just Monastery Mentor. Monastery Mentor is really good with Skull Clamp. And just generally works with playing a bunch of cheap spells. Breeding Pool is kind of cute. But I don't think we need to be doing that many of the crazy lands. We might not even be playing blue. So we'll take Mentor there. Ophiomancer is another card that's really good with Skull Clamp and has power to it generally. Uro's cute, but I don't think we're going to be able to escape it, really. I love land tax, but this is not a land tax deck. We're not going to be playing a bunch of basics. Is it Cerisium? In Vintage Cube, is Olivia very good? Meh. I guess I'll take your word for it. Alright, Ophiomancer. Yeah, Ophiomancer plus Skull Clamp plus other equipment seems a little too powerful. I think we just slam that one down. One thing I would like is a little more disruption, like picking up like a Thoughtseize would be great. Maybe we can wheel Questing Beast. Questing Beast is nice and aggressive. Alright, Valky is not quite the disruption I was thinking of, but it's not terrible. There's also Arid Mesa, Ravages of War, Baleful Strix is a card that can be fun in these decks. Urza Saga is great in many decks, but not particularly in our deck. It is nice that this goes and gets Skull Clamp. The fact that it doesn't make colored mana hurts, but it is a way to go at Skull Clamp, and Skull Clamp is a card that's gonna make our... You don't say, Cerisium. Alright. Good to know, good to know. So Urza Saga is tempting. Arid Mesa is tempting just because it's hard to have too many fetch lands in a deck like this. Valky isn't that tempting because we're not going to be hitting 7 so often. Yeah, I think it's just Arid Mesa. Let's get our mana. Let's get our mana correct here. Hymn to Turok. Ooh, Reanimate. Gosh, Reanimate's fun, but we already have Animate dead, and it's not like we're doing that much in the terms of actually putting our opponent's good stuff in the yard. I think this is just him. Double black's not easy, but casting this card on turn 4 is still really good. I do like Garrick Relentless a lot too. Jofu, thank you. It's been a good New Year so far. Yeah, I think it's just him. I think we have enough finishers, and I want to be hitting people with good disruptive cards. Speaking of good disruptive cards, that's Liliana of the Veil. Gosh, there's also Smuggler's Copter and Phyrexian Revoker. This pack is really strong. I think this is just Liliana. Liliana is pretty devastating early. It's a good follow-on to something like Dragon's Rage Channeler or Hex Drinker. It does push us into somewhat heavier black, but I think we're going to end up with enough playables. Smuggler's Copter is a little tempting. It's not bad with our Reanimator spells. You can reanimate something like Omnath. Let me just slam jam Liliana, though. Liliana just is the kind of card that can make this deck work. Alright, Yawgmoth Thran Physician is a lot like Skull Clamp. Stoneforge Mystic gets Skull Clamp and Sword, though. Gosh, I think this is Stoneforge. I mean, yeah, Mox Jet's always awesome. This could be a fun Toski deck too, but at this point I don't know that we need to draw more cards necessarily. I think Stoneforge Mystic ends up just being a somewhat better Toski with what we're doing. Stoneforge, I think Stoneforge is just going to be a little better. I think we are going to be playing white, and having access to Skull Clamp is nice. Alright, this looks like Vindicate easily. Vindicate's just fantastic. Deals with everything. Restoration Angel doesn't do that much with our deck. We don't have much in the way of good Enter the Battlefield abilities. Seems like a smash that Vindicate button. And that's an Umezawa's Jite. Umezawa's Jite is good at beating certain decks by itself. It's great with Stoneforge Mystic. Have more options. Easy Jite. And now we've got Old Rutstein versus Shattered Sanctum. So we've got currently 24 playables. We're not playing Dig Through Time, so we'll toss that one out. I don't know that we're playing Remand either. We might. Do we have... We have enough playables, just barely. So I think this is just Sanctum. Yeah, I think this is just Sanctum. I don't think we're going to need Old Rutstein. Now this could be Shambling Vent or Beaumont Courier. Genuinely don't mind Beaumont Courier. This card's kind of good with Skull Clamp. It's pretty fun with Laila as well. Kind of doubles up on her effect. I'll try Beaumont Courier. I don't know if we're going to play it, but I think we might. And now I've got Ravages of War. This is a best of 3 format. I think I bring in Ravages of War. I think this is going to be good against some people. Although Llanowar Elves is also interesting. I don't know how often I'm going to be hitting early green, so I think we'll just take Ravages for the sideboard. Speaking of sideboard cards, I think I'm just going to take Kitchen Finks over Hissing Quagmire. Oh, this is close. Hissing Quagmire is not bad, actually. I'll try Quagmire. I don't know how much we're going to need sideboard Kitchen Finks. And is this Sacred Foundry or Skyclave Apparition? Both seem good. I guess that choice was made for us. We took Skyclave Apparition. Oops. Skyclave Apparition probably a little bit too hard to use early. But, well, this is going to be some kind of a deck. Let's, Adanto Vanguard seems hard to use. It doesn't seem great. And we're really heavy at the 3 slot here. What do I want to cut that's 3 mana? This is a 5-drop. This is a 4-drop. Probably Nahiri looks like a cut at this point, with the ultimate doing very little and our deck being more aggressively slanted, not that in Nahiri. Let's look at blue. Can we play blue cards? We've got Hallowed Fountain, we've got Polluted Delta to get it, we've got Scalding Tarn to go get it. We don't have any other, like, 5-color sources. I think I might want to play Omnath, but not Remand. And I think I want to... Let's see, this gets us to 16 lands plus a Mox, which is fine. Should I be playing no blue? If I play no blue... Yeah, Omnath seems really good. I'm gonna try Omnath, I think, at least. Yeah, the 3 slot is definitely heavy here. I could bring it onto a Vanguardian over one of these 3 drops. Maybe cut Skyclave Apparition. How hard is double white gonna be? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 white sources right now. Can play up lanes, get up to 7 white sources. That seems a lot. I think we cut Skyclave. We could bring Mana Tithe then. This could be a good Mana Tithe deck, actually. Mana Tithe Redonto. Or like Nahiri. Let's do Mana Tithe. Just for viewer equity. And then we want to add 1 of each basic. That seems fine. Is that too much green? We only have 3 green cards. We're almost just a Mardu here. I don't actually think we need the forest. I think I'd rather have... So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 black sources. I think I need at least 2 swamps. Yeah, you can play casual on Magic Online, but it's harder, and most events are. You gotta pay for them. Alright, so I like a plains, like 2 swamps. I don't think we need the extra mountains. I think we're just fine on red sources. I'm not sure we need the extra forests either. We've got only 1, 2, 3. I guess we've got Kroxa for double red, so I think I go like this. Alright, let's try this. This is probably going to be awful, but the games that we win are going to be a lot of fun. Hey, Wally. This is a great draft to do with our, like, free cube entry. Just pile of cards plus Skull Clamp. It's a fairly weak version of an archetype I like a lot, but even the weak versions can squeeze out some surprise wins if you can just answer the... if your opponent's not doing too many different things. And yeah, I should emphasize that anybody who has a Magic Online account, even if you have not played on it at all in years, you do have a free Vintage Cube entry as long as you made your account before the 15th of December this past year. So do make sure to try out that free Vintage Cube entry. It's a lot of fun. Where are my opponents? This should be a very crowded queue on a Saturday. There are a lot of people out there playing a lot of Cube. Well, Cerizium, I mean, look at this deck before me and tell me that I don't deserve easy opponents. Okay, we've got turn 1 Bob. I like turn 1 Bob. Can't cast any of our green cards on turn 2, but that's fine. We got time. Great hand. Great deck. And Hexdrinker synergizes really well with the fact that we're not going to have a lot to do with our mana. Alright, down to the Bugbear turn 1. If this is mono red, then our turn 1 Bob is going to give us some interesting decisions to make. Although if this is mono red, then Umezawa's Jite is probably going to be decent. What is the... okay, just Remembering my keyboard commands. Bob did not get lightning bolted. That's good. Is Bob dead anyway? Bob is not dead. That's a runaway steamkin. Alright. A lot of people out there. Alright, we hit Arid Mesa. Good luck. And Kolagon's command. Love Kolagon's command, folks. Love Kolagon's command. So we're going to go with Arid Mesa, fetch up a red source. And I think we just K command here. I think a red-black source so I can cast him to Turok seems good. We already have a green source ready, so let's just get Badlands. K command. You're going to discard. We're going to hit your runaway steamkin there. Pow pow. And yeah, Bob plus Sylvan Library is a heck of a combo too. Reminds me of playing 1v1 Commander back in the day. This card was messed up in that format. I don't remember if they ever banned it. I don't know that they did. I think they just left it legal the whole time. Opponent discarded Rampaging Ferocidon. I think our opponent is going to come to regret the decision to discard Rampaging Ferocidon once they see this GT. What was their other 3-drop? Young Peasy. Okay. Young Peasy not especially good against Jeezy, but they did take out Bob. Okay. Well done, well done. Down to 1 card. So this into Turok already looking a little less fresh. Do I hymn them now? I think I do hymn them now. Take that last card out of their hand while I can. And just jam Hex Drink and put a counter on it. Alright. So, top deck war. Opponents got Den of the Bugbear and Young Pyromancer, so a lot of their top decks could be pretty powerful. But we do have Sylvan Library to find some action even if they do kill Hex Drinker. Nope. Good stuff. Alright, now we just win by putting GT on this Hex Drinker. I don't think our opponent's beating that. And our opponent agrees. Okay. Well, that was pretty easy. And we are up against Mono Red. What does Mono Red mean for us? I like keeping Omnath for sure. Sword of Body in Mind, I think, gets cut. I think this card is not very good against Mono Red. I like Nahiri a bit more. Just deals with their threats, which is good. Skyclave Apparition is interesting. I'm wondering if we should be going away from green here and into straight Mardu. Nature's Claim doesn't necessarily have many targets against them. Hex Drinker's solid, but dies pretty easily. It's not like it's going to be some kind of world-beating card late. Sylvan Library is not that exciting. I think we do something like this. Add Skyclave, add... I think Adonto is reasonable to trade off early? Is it? Yeah, we still have enough green to play Omnath just fine. We're still, like, gonna keep a bunch of the green lands in, but I like the idea of... Did I play Sun Titan? Sun Titan's fine. I guess Sylvan Library is still fine, too. Hex Drinker's also still fine. I don't want Ravages of War at all. Adonto Vanguard is actually not very good against Mono Red, huh? Maybe we just keep things the way they are. Really didn't see any artifacts out of them at all, though. So I definitely do want Skyclave. Maybe I end up cutting a mountain for a plains here. Alright, add a plains, add a... I think I'll just add Adonto. I like that this card, like, blocks in Pyromancer and forces our opponent to actually do stuff early. And can turn up the heat if our opponent's just trying to burn us out. It's not hard to... It's hard to activate the ability, but it's pretty easy to, like, you know, make our opponent spend a card on it. And against Mono Red, you mostly just want to make them spend their cards on your stuff that's not your life total. Alright. Well, when we draw Mox Jet in every hand, our deck looks really good. Definitely a fan of drawing Mox Jet in all of our opening hands. Alright, do I start with DRC or do I start with Bomat Courier? I can actually do both because I have a Mox Jet. Right. Well, that's good. Yeah, Moxen are very good. Highly recommend Moxen. Might just top him, honestly. Turn 2 him seems pretty good. But we have Liliana. I don't know. We'll keep the him. Oh, I guess him's going to get exiled by Bomat Courier, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I guess it didn't matter, actually. Oh, well. Yeah, 2 and 2 Lily is going to be tough for them. Ooh, Shrine of Burning Rage. That's cool. I hope you, you know, survive to cast lots of spells and do stuff to me with that. Good luck, opponent. +1. Discard Stirring Wildwood. Now, Shrine is dangerous. They discard Goldspan Dragon, okay. And we know that one of these cards is a Hymn to Tarok. But Woe Strider plus Skull Clamp is hecka cards for us. Firebolt targets Bomat Courier, okay. Liliana remains alive. Doesn't seem like they're doing much about the Lily here. We get to empty our hand now. Skellingtarn's going to fetch a white source. White-blue source? I guess it's our only option, actually. We need to fetch white-blue source. Yeah, Liliana is one of those cards that's actually competes with the good blue cards in the cube in terms of how good she is. Opponent's down to 2 cards in hand. Mistastic, I wish there were mouse overs. Surely you know what Woe Strider does, Mistastic. Surely our old friend Woe Strider here is helping you find a sense of familiarity. And if you read Liliana and you just think black Oko, you're not that far off. Like, you're roughly 1 letter grade off, but given that Oko is an A+++, Liliana is still an A+. Yeah. I played more banned cards than my opponent did that game. That's the main thing to know. That was fun. All right, 2-0. And hey, did we even need the Mox Jet that much? Kind of, but, you know, I don't know. JS2, hey there. Congratulations on your qualification. Good to see ya. I hope you're enjoying the pile that we've put together. Yep, I played Skullclamp in my first ever, like, big sanctioned tournament. Regionals. Elf Clamp. And I lost because everybody decided to bring mono red anti-affinity that just happened to have a bunch of sweepers that hosed my elf deck. Sad times. Okay, look at this. 0 copies of Moxjet, but the hand is still very good. We've got DRC Stoneforge Mystic for Skullclamp with Monastery Mentor. Now, if our opponent's playing a combo deck, if they're playing a combo deck, they could hit us pretty hard, but who's to say they're playing a combo deck? Alright, we need a red source, and it's probably just going to be Taiga here. Yep. Actually, we don't get to play turn 2 Stoneforge, but that's fine. Turn 3 Stoneforge Clamp is still decent. Okay. Is my Chandler dying? Sure. Oh, look at that. Turn 2 Stoneforge after all. And given that we've already got Sword in hand and our opponent looks to be maybe grinding with us, I'm just going to go get Clamp. Alright, our opponent's playing Fair Magic. Now I kind of wish I had gotten him as I was Jite, but that's fine. Now what? So I could go Monastery Mentor, or I could just wait and cast Sword of Body and Mind. It's a little interesting because I would like to cast this and make a token off it pretty quickly, but it's not necessarily the case that our opponent even has removal. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, let's just jam Mentor here. Force the opponent to have another removal spell right away. Of course, we would love a Bitter Blossom in our deck. Our deck is a great Bitter Blossom deck. And we're hoping our opponent doesn't have their own clamp. Well, that's sad. But, okay, opponent missed a land drop, which is good. Polluted Delta, okay. So we get to do that. Crack it. Fetch up the last fetchable land before we run out. That's important. Want to make sure you don't run out of fetchable lands. And we just get to go Clamp. Equip Clamp. And pass with the ability to put Sword of Body and Mind to play. No, I think we attack here. We want to pressure their life total a bit. And Sword of Body and Mind probably just going to be our play next turn. It's not like we're going to be able to attack through our opponent with it very easily anyway, since they don't have any blue or green cards. You know, normally people play a lot of blue and green cards in Vintage Cube, so Sword of Body and Mind usually does a little more than this. But this is fine. OK command looks really good. Okay. So we now get to go K command, pick up Monastery Mentor, kill Blood Tithe Harvester, I think, is looking like the move. I like that. Let's attack with Stoneforge Mystic first. See how they react to that play. Opponent is not biting. Okay. So we'll do this. Pick up Mentor, kill Blood Tithe Harvester. And just pass as our opponent drops to 11. Ooh, love seeing him sack blood here. Okay, so they're also a many-colored pile. They just have worse mana than we do. That's all good. Howdy, Rustman. Welcome to the stream. We are going to continue hitting them with Stoneforge Mystic. Are they going to go to 9, or is this finally going to be where they decide to let me draw some cards? Nope, they're going to 9. Works for me. Let's make a token. Oh, auto yield. Auto yield is wonderful. Hero's Downfall. Yep. All right. Opponent's still fighting fiercely to get me dead, but I think we're just going to be a little too far ahead in the race here. Let's see. Hymn to Turok looks awesome. All right, so we could be like clamping the monk and drawing cards, but I kind of just want to play out my hand here. I think we just do... Sword of Body and Mind on the monk token. Attack with both of these cards. No, I think they're 100% certain to block the monk token, so there's no need to get the prowess with the hymn beforehand. See what's going on in there. Hit Whisperwood Elemental, Renin 6. Okay. And here's Bob. Opponent drops to 5. And as far as burn goes, we've got Karoxa for some potential burn, although they probably have a handful of spells, so I don't know if that's going to work. We've got Jite for life gain. Opponent's starting to hold back multiple fairy tokens, which is a good sign for me. They've got some kind of instant up. We hit land, land. Good, good, good. And I am down to attack with all the stuff that's not Bob. Maybe clamp Bob later. Cool, alright. Now they could kill Bob in response to the clamp. That would be fine, whatever. Nope. Draw 2 cards. And one of them is Vindicate, which looks good. Do I Vindicate their mountain? We could Vindicate the mountain or Vindicate the Bitter Blossom. I'm pretty sure we're just Vindicating the mountain here. Just keeping them off of whatever scary 4-drop they could potentially have. Stone Rain, baby. Vindicate. Vindicate is a very good card. Vindicate is one of the reasons to play, you know, crazy multicolor decks. It's just fun to be able to splash stuff that powerful. Alright, so opponent can take me to 5 with the fairies. We took away the red source, so it seems pretty unlikely they have burn spells. Niv is in the cube. I think so. It's not very good, but it is in the cube. Note that even though we're playing a kind of golden deck, we don't have that many actual gold cards. We just got to play all the really broken stuff from every color. Alright, so our opponent's doing Bitter Blossom stuff. I like Skyclave Apparition again. This should probably just be in my main deck. Skyclave Apparition's really good. Liliana the Veil seems a little less appealing against Bitter Blossom. And stuff like Renin 6 that grinds really well against her other ability. I think we cut Liliana. And does that mean I'm cutting a Swamp for a Plains? I don't know. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 white. Yeah, I think we cut a Swamp for a Plains, given we have the Mox Jet as well. Now, do I want Sun Titan? I'm not sure about Sun Titan. Do I want Nahiri? Nahiri hits Bitter Blossom. It's not like Bitter Blossom is that scary, but it is, you know, one of their cards that actually has text and can beat us in a grindy game. I could see cutting Bomat Courier for Nahiri against a deck with a ton of removal spells. That seems reasonable enough. Alright, we'll try this. Okay, we've got Omnath, and exactly 2 of Omnath's colors, but I think we keep. I think Laila's really good. Lalia seems really good. Don't Thoughtseize me, please. Nice, didn't get Thoughtseized. I just think how many draws are good from here. Green sources are good. If our opponent does discard Lalia or Omnath, we can also Animate Dead it back. Animate Dead is good discard proofing. If they have a 2/2 Blur Blossom, now we could be in some trouble. Let's hope not. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, let's see if they have a busted Planeswalker or something. Gaunty Lord of Luxury, that's fine. Our opponent has now, they discarded a card with Mox Diamonds. They could cast Gaunty Lord of Luxury and get a card back. No problem. Gaunty, if we can kill it, is also going to be really fun to bring back with Animate Dead. I wish we had Gaunty. I love Gaunty. It's not that powerful, but I do love him nonetheless. Alright, Polluted Delta for Hallowed Fountain means that Omnath is now on the table. Just need to make sure not to play this basic Swamp for a bit. Fun. Hoping they don't have him to Turok, although our hand is pretty resilient against him to Turok anyway. So it's kind of fine. Okay, green, blue, white, and red. Let's go with, play this land, play out Lalia. Would not expect her to live through the turn necessarily, but we'll try. You may play that card this turn. So that works. She's dead. Okay, we did see Goldspan Dragon from them before. Do they have Goldspan Dragon here? Deranged Hermit. Deranged Hermit's a little scary, but Omnath does a pretty good job against Deranged Hermit. Oh, Jay Scheimer, I'm excited to be in the big events. Thanks for your support. Vindicate. Not spectacularly interesting to me now, so we get to go white, red, green, blue. It's been a while since I cast Omnath, Locus of Creation. And even if they can kill Omnath, we just get to bring it back and start gaining life off it anyway. Plus, I kind of expect them to just play the Echo this turn. No Echo. Okay. We can also Animate Dead their Deranged Hermit, because Animate Dead subtracts power rather than toughness. Animate Dead is just so strong, you can see why in a position like this, right? Oh no, they have Skyclave Apparition. They stole my Skyclave Apparition. They get to exile my Omnath. Well, that's pretty sad, but we just Animate Dead the Deranged Hermit and block them all day. Oh, Ren and 6. That's fine too. Alright, Ren and 6 actually makes the Deranged Hermit plane kind of awkward, except for that we have Vindicate for Ren and 6, so it's still fine. Like, our opponent had a good start, but we just have the right answers, so I think we're going to end up being fine. And then they've got to be able to deal with Hex Drinker in the late game, which is tough to do. Alright. So we need double black and white mana here. Let's start with Vindicate the Ren and 6. So that they can't just ping my Deranged Hermit to death immediately. That one works. Animate the Hermit. Oh, you know it was bad. That was actually terrible. I should have played Taiga this turn, so I had the option to Echo the Hermit. I'm not sure we would have taken it, really, but it would have been nice to have the option. Alright. Always yield to Animate Dead, thank you. Alright, so we get Hermit this turn. We get to block with stuff. And we've got Nahiri plus Hex Drinker to, you know, hopefully grind our opponent to a standstill. But we'll see. It's Vintage Cube. There are plenty of cards they could play that would ruin our life. Mox Pearl. Alright, their deck has a lot of Moxen. Not a lot of quality spells, but a lot of Moxen. They got good stuff to do here. Oh wait, Deranged Hermit gives all squirrels +1/+1. That is really funny. I forgot that was how that worked. Okay, so the squirrels are going to be less scary next turn once Deranged Hermit's off the battlefield. I think we just block. Wait a minute. Block, something like that. I guess we get to exile Gonti anyway, so I think it actually looks like this. We're losing Deranged Hermit anyway, so we might as well block Gonti with it, block the squirrel, do this. That seems like the move. Yep, let's see if our opponent has their own Omnath. Looks like they don't. Okay, so do I have fetchable lands? I do have a Plains left for Arid Mesa, so I'm going to want to fetch that here. Thin the deck a bit. And a mountain, rather have the Plains. So I have the option to Nahiri, exile Gonti, Hex Drinker, or just Nahiri plus Hex Drinker. I think I like Nahiri plus more against our opponent having not much in the way of not having much in the way of power on the battlefield. And with a bunch of really crazy draws left in my deck. Raging Ravine, not amazing, but serviceable. I'm assuming that Hex Drinker probably dies. Okay, Hex Drinker dies. Now it's down to kind of a top deck war here. Opponent's got the slight edge, but I mean, if they attack with Gonti Skyclave and they don't have a good follow-up, we get to exile the Skyclave. We are dead to Goldspan Dragon. We're not dead to Wooded Foothills. Alright, they are going after Nahiri, so they are choosing to not leave me dead to a top deck Goldspan, and are choosing to play a little bit more of a long game. Interesting. That is a fun fact by Illuminous. Alright, so we could use Nahiri. We are flooding pretty hard here. We've got 1, 2, 3 lands in the graveyard, 6 lands in play, 3 more hands. We got 4 lands and a Mox left in our deck. I think we just have to get rid of Skyclave Apparition here, sad as it makes me to do that. and try to start beating down. So now it's top deck war. Opponent's got Goldspan Dragon, possibly some other good stuff. Uh-oh. Wow, Whisperwood Elemental's really good. That's gonna make it hard to win. They didn't even crack the Wooded Foothills. They didn't even care about thinning their library there. That hurts. Alright, we have cards that could help. Hissing Quagmire isn't really one of them. Hissing Quagmire is pretty awkward. I'm not sure we have anything that really wins from here. I guess if we can kill Gonti, Sword of Body and Mind doesn't even work because the manifests are colorless. I think we got a scoop here. I don't think we have an out, really. When they're at 20. We could have stuck it out for another turn or two, but I didn't think it was that important. Alright, so seeing our opponent's deck, Liliana still doesn't seem like what we want. Sun Titan looks pretty good. I like Sun Titan for those grindy games. Sword of Body and Mind seems... Honestly, I might just get rid of this one. It's like not that easy to keep creatures in play against their deck. And I think my other two equipment are just... Actually, we could get Nature's Claim. No, they have a ton of Moxen and stuff. I should keep Nature's Claim in. Destroying a land for 1 mana is pretty good. Still don't love Bomat Courier against Renin 6. You think I dumped the sword? Okay, this seems reasonable enough. This is Kroxa plus pretty reasonable odds of recasting Kroxa later in the game. Nature's Claim can take out an early Bitter Blossom, another good reason to have it in the deck, and we can cast Omnath, which is just the cherry on the sundae. Could have gone Taiga there and maybe killed a turn 1 Mox with it. Given they have 3 Moxen, that actually might have been reasonable to do. Now, if they play turn 1 Renin 6, we're in trouble. But this does not look like turn 1 Renin 6. Fast Bond, okay. Our opponent is incredibly committed to fast mana, and they seem to have very few rewards for actual fast mana. I guess if they have Renin 6 plus Fast Bond is a problem. Alright. Nope, they didn't do much of anything. Okay, well now we've got some choices. We could Nature's Claim the Fast Bond, doesn't seem important. Could Nature's Claim the Mox Emerald? Yeah, Metastatic Read Fast Bond. Fast Bond is a heck of an old card. I don't know what to do here. Like, what do they have that I would care about? They played out these lands. They didn't do anything. I think we just save Nature's Claim for a card that does something. Pretty sure we just Kroxa them here. Like, I mean, my best guess is that they're waiting to find another red source to Goldspan me, and Goldspan Dragon would be good, but, you know, make them have it. Yeah, they already got the value out of their fast bomb. We're not going to kill that. They don't have Ren 6 to go with it, clearly. Alright. Yeah, when you're doing, like, the fast bond and tons of Moxen thing, you ideally want cards that are, like, drawing you more cards, not trying to grind with your opponent with cards like Hero's Downfall and Fatal Push. Smokestack. Alright, Smokestack is a good Nature's Claim target. Glad we have that one. So this one is going to slowly take away all my permanents and stuff, although... I could just play Woe Strider and kind of use that to do Smokestack stuff for a bit. It's like 2 different options that are kind of reasonable. Alright, should I kill Smokestack or play Woe Strider, let them add a counter to it? They're just going to sack Fast Bond to it, though. I think we just kill Smokestack here. It's really tempting to ignore it, though. It's really tempting to ignore it. I don't know. I don't know what to do with this. I guess if they could kill all my creatures, then I have to sack a land of Smokestack and I'd be really embarrassed. But not even that embarrassed, really. I'll just claim it, whatever. Let's get rid of that. Save some life. Alright, now do you have Goldspan Dragon? They don't have Goldspan Dragon. Okay, we've got green, red, blue. Okay, so we actually are still a colored source short of casting Omnath. Probably should have noticed that. Sounds like Tammy's pager is going off. I hope that's not anything too bad. We get to go Nahiri. We could exile one of their Moxen or something, but there's not really any need. I'm just gonna plus Nahiri, discard this Rockfell Veil. Nahiri plus Kroxa is pretty good, by the way. Nahiri gets us into Kroxa territory. We already are with Shattered Sanctum. We already have Kroxa mana, and Devoted Druid just doesn't do anything. Yep. All right. I'm guessing our opponent had like Fatal Push in hand or something, and just no cards that did anything. So that is a clean 2-0 for us. And it was Nahiri the Harbinger we cast. Standard staple back in her day. Also modern staple back in her day. Not so much anymore. Okay, well, hold on a minute. Before we jump in the queue, I do want to put Skyclave Apparition in the main deck. I think Skyclave Apparition seems very good. And I might got Sword of Body in mind. I don't know, this card has not been impressing me too much. Could also cut Giver of Runes or something. I think I gotta kind of cut Sword, add Nahiri, cut... maybe cut Bomat Courier? Let's try this. Yeah, Nahiri has summoned a lot of Emrakuls in her day. Well, Jared Magna, the beauty of playing blue-green next is we just get to sideboard the sword back in, which is lots of fun. Also, I think we won that match without drawing Mox Jet a single time, right? Huh. This hand is a little sketch. I think we gotta dump that one. This one has Sylvan Library in it, so we're gonna keep it. And I'm gonna throw out the mountain here, I think. Obviously, it's nice to be able to cast turn 1 Dragon's Rage Channeler, but I would much rather cast turn 2 Sylvan Library, and we're not doing that unless we give up on turn 1 DRC. Yeah, Tattering My Own Sails, a thing to do in cube formats of all sorts, including Arena Cube, is you do want to be really pushing to have a lot of good lands in your deck, because there's so many good playable spells that are kind of similar in power level to each other that having better mana can really make a huge difference. And I just love being able to kind of take whatever card late in the draft that I see. Alright, opponent going turn 1 Ignoble Hierarch is already a little scary. They're going to be able to start casting big green monsters at us, and it also means that Liliana the Veil is not consistent removal. Dimir Signet and Simic Signet are also scary. Alright, so we could just be dead right now. We'll see. Gonna go for Sylvan Library here and see if we can maybe hit another black source, and maybe him to Chark our opponent before they jam anything too big. But would not be surprised if we die to our opponent having 6 mana on turn 3. That is just how Vintage Cube goes. Some fraction of the time. Okay, Gilded Goose is fine. This looks like a matchup where we might be sideboarding out Liliana. Alright, what's the big card here? What is the big card? Please not Jace the Mind Sculptor. If it's Jace the Mind Sculptor, we are going to need a really good Sylvan Library hit. Okay, looks like it might just be nothing. Is our opponent? I think our opponent might just not have had mana to cast whatever they wanted to cast. So, come on, Sylvan Library. Please, Sylvan Library, give me what I need. Sylvan Library did not give me what I needed. So, we're not doing much of anything this turn. I guess we're casting Dragon's Rage Channeler. I think I'm just going to keep both of these cards in my hand, because we can't shuffle them away anyway. And we're just going to try desperately to dig to the thing I need, but we're probably dying. We need to hit that black source, and we just didn't, because our mana is not actually that good. Our opponent may have a counterspell in their hand somewhere. Yeah, Stirring Wildwood in particular is a little iffy. I guess we just drew both of our tap lands in this hand, which is part of what makes it awkward. Okay, Venser. Bounces Sylvan Library, okay. I'd rather have Venser bounce a Sylvan Library than bounce a land. Does our opponent have a broken Venser combo card? I forget what's in the cube that might be a broken Venser combo card. Ashiok Nightmare Weaver. Well, I don't like that. That's going to mill me really quick. But, I guess it's nice that they're... Oh, wow, we're at 8? How are we at 8 already? Oh, we kept 2 cards with Sylvan Library. That's right. That's how we got to be at 8 life. Alright, so we still have double black. I can go... Bob Sylvan. That doesn't seem very good. I can go... I guess it's just Nahiri? We gotta start hitting this Ashiok before it mills us to death. They milled Karoxa and Ophiomancer, which is sad. Yeah, I don't know how we're getting out of this one necessarily. We don't have any of our broken combos here. And they are hitting us pretty hard with this thing. I think we go for Nahiri. Yeah, Tacos. Caracas would definitely be one of those. I think we put that Hallowed Fountain in the graveyard. We kind of need double black. And then I think we got to exile Venser. Just to keep the pressure off a little bit. And can't really attack through Gilded Goose with this Dragon's Rage Chandler, so have I mentioned that we're probably dead? We're probably dead. But let's see if we can learn a little bit more about our opponent's deck. This is definitely looking like a Sword of Feast and Famine matchup, by the by. Hit 3 more cards from our deck, including Stoneforge Mystic. Okay. Hexdrinker is here. Does Hexdrinker get to have protection from everything immediately? Not quite. Not quite. We could still draw Vindicate. We're going to need Vindicate. Oh no, we can't draw Vindicate. It now is... No, can't have protection from everything yet. We could still draw Vindicate. We could definitely still draw Vindicate. Yeah, maybe they'll give us our Kroxa. That would be nice. Once this thing gets pro everything, it's going to kill us really fast. Okay. Alright, we got 2 chances. I think it has to be Vindicate, right? I think it has to be Vindicate. Alright, we've already discarded Hallowed Fountain, so discarding Omnath is a pretty easy choice. We hit Animate Dead. So I could Animate Dead the Omnath, but we can't hit Vindicate off of that because we're out of black mana. So we're going to have to scoop here. Hymn to Turok would have been good that game. Alright, we want Sword. We definitely want Sword. Does not seem like a particularly good Liliana matchup. What else? Adanto Vanguard seems pretty good at attacking Ashiok. And I do like attacking into Ashiok a lot. Our spells are all fine. It's just a matter of being able to play them. I guess we can cut Woe Strider, which is like pretty weak in the grand scheme of things. Nature's Claim seems good against all their signets. Hexdrinker seems good against their relative lack of removal. Mana Tithe actually seems really bad. Let's cut Mana Tithe. And do I want Bomat Courier, Woe Strider? Bomat Courier seems potentially interesting as well. Just another creature that can pick up an equipment and get us going early. This looks solid. Obviously, Skyclave Apparition's pretty far from getting cast, but I do like early Hexdrinker against their deck a lot. And it's also fine if we lose and go 2-1. We can just start another draft and hopefully picks up something that's a little stronger. There's Ignoble again, sure. Omnath. We're a little ways away from that one. Alright, now do I play Hissing Quagmire or do I level up the Hexdrinker? I'm pretty sure it's just Hissing Quagmire. Be open to casting something like an Ophiomancer next turn or a Kolaghan's Command if we draw them. So many of our lands are good draws here, getting us closer to casting our spells. Many of our spells are castable. Entomb. Okay. Well, if they don't have a Reanimator spell in hand, it's great. Alright, or they just have these 2 cards that we didn't even see. Alright, so what do I need to draw now? I need to draw, like, Plains into Vindicate pretty fast. This was a... Yeah, so our opponent's playing an actual Vintage Cube deck with, like, real combos in it, and I'm just going to scoop here, because we're not beating Dragon Lord Tarka at this point. That's fine, let's draft again. Alright, so we're going to look for, like, maybe mana that's a little less bad and cards that are a little bit more synergistic. But I do like the multicolor random shit archetype. Nope, we didn't see any of that last game, Tacos, but you don't really need to play that many cards to play Reanimator. Like, it can be like a 5-card package that fits into just about any deck that can cast black spells. And they were clearly in that vein. Ideally, the decks that I like to play basically punish the decks that are trying to do stuff like Reanimator by having good disruption in them, but that can be a little easier said than done. I'm going to take Black Lotus to start. Black Lotus is a pretty strong Magic card. Mestastic, feel free to look up that one if you're not familiar with it. And Black Lotus obviously goes in every deck and is great in every deck, but does incline me a little bit more towards being friendly to expensive cards and cards that synergize well with Black Lotus, which, you know, there are cards that synergize even better with Black Lotus than most cards do. So stuff like Goblin Welder, stuff like Goblin Engineer, if that's in the cube, Yawgmoth's Will, that kind of thing. Okay, here we've got Kolaghan's Command and Vindicate, 2 cards I love, but they are, you know, we're going to wield one of those, and so I'm just going to probably take Arid Mesa or Underground Sea. Alright, we like Underground Sea more or Arid Mesa more? It's pretty close, it's pretty close. Probably Underground Sea is a little better. Garruk Wildspeaker is also like a kind of outsider pick that you could go for and just try to be like green ramp. Garruk Wildspeaker is a really good green ramp card. I'm just going to snag Underground Sea though. Palace Jailer is really strong. Shudder the Scalds is one of those fun cards we could think about wheeling. Cryptic Command, Teferi, a lot of good cards here. Obviously Teferi and Black Lotus go well together. I'm pretty inclined to take Palace Jailer. This card is kind of a bomb. It seems like a little bit stronger just on pure power level than anything else in this pack, including Cryptic Bob, Gilded Goose. Let's just slam Palace Jailer. And white tends to be underdrafted in the cube, so it's pretty easy to pick up lands that like work well with this. Okay, here we've got Memory Deluge, Seachrome Coast. Knight of the Reliquary is not that interesting. Riffing Cloudscape can be pretty good. I think I like Memory Deluge and maybe going a little bit more in a control direction here. Seachrome Coast is also interesting for like a lower curve deck. Don't want to try Memory Deluge. I think this card seems really strong. Okay, Stoneforge Mystic is very good to pick up early. This card just works really well with a lot of different things. There's also Deserted Beach. This is a Reanimator card. Animate Dead's always interesting. I think Animate Dead is powerful enough to go like toe-to-toe with Stoneforge Mystic just for sheer, you know, what it's capable of doing. It's pretty close. I think Stoneforge Mystic is more fun. Yeah, we definitely got more pure power here than we did last time. Stoneforge Mystic does require you to build around a little bit, though. Oh, it's real close. I'll try Stoneforge. But this could be wrong. I forget, is Kaldra complete in the cube? If Kaldra completes in the cube, then Stoneforge is a much better pick already. Does anybody know? It's not. Probably appropriate. Okay, Marsh Flats, Doretti, Ignoble Hierarch, Portent, Thraben Inspector. Probably looking at just Marsh Flats here. We're not playing any green yet. Not playing any red yet. Like, We have a million cards that are great with Skull Clamp, but we don't have Skull Clamp yet. I think I'm just going to take Marsh Flats. Although Duretti is pretty fun. And now we got Scrubland. Scrubland looks good. Could just go into a nice Esper Control build here. Hullbreaker Horror is pretty fun, but, you know, as ramp cards go, isn't that much better than the other ramp cards, and you really want to limit your 7 drops if you can. Sylvan Library is really strong too. I think we just take Scrubland in the interest of good consistent mana. But that's the fun thing of Vintage Cube, is we could have been in any number of decks here just based on what our preferences are. And yeah, it's a land for Scrubs, which is appropriate because until we get our first trophy, we are definitely Vintage Cube Scrubs for the season. Okay, Tundra just goes really well with what we're doing. Pretty hard to argue with just having all 3 dual lands in our colors. So we'll take that, and now we've got more interesting choices. Containment Priest is pretty reasonable. It does deal with a lot of nonsense. It's like a great sideboard card, even if it's not necessarily a main deck card, and could be a main deck card. Cathar Commando is also super reasonable. It's kind of between these two. I think between these two, I'd rather have Containment Priest. And now we'll take Vindicate over Ophiomancer. Ophiomancer is, you know, good with Skull Clamp, but not that impressive otherwise, and Vindicate's just a great card all the time. And now we've got Necromancy. I forget if this is... Alright, so Necromancy is one of those cards that hits anything in a graveyard, plus it has Flash. I like that a lot. And Shout of the Scald seems fun, but not that easy to splash necessarily. We'll just take Necromancy. Intrepid Adversary is a fine magic card. Just a 3/1 lifelinker for 2 is good pretty much anywhere. It works well against aggro. It's pretty reasonable against control. And yeah, I'm incredibly high on cards like Necromancy, Animate Dead, and Reanimate that let me take my opponent's stuff in addition to giving me stuff. Here we'll take Sphinx the Steel Wind. We're not super likely to be reanimating it, but you never know. Maybe we'll get away with it. I find it kind of weird that Biogenic Ooze is still in the cube, by the way. Not really sure about Biogenic Ooze. Alright, we're putting Hazard away. Alright, this has no power, but it does have Fractured Identity. Fractured Identity is one of the best cards in the entire cube. It just removes one of your opponent's things, and then you get one, which is... It's very good against opponents who are playing things. Hopefully we can wheel Venser from this pack. I don't think we're going to wheel Delta. But I would love to wheel Venser. What does Court of Bounty do? Court of Bounty seems good in green decks. I'm just going to take Fractured Identity, though. We can take their Court of Bounty and have our own. Okay, here we got Monastery Mentor, Grave Titan, Bitter Blossom, Everflowing Chalice, Treasure Cruise. A lot of options, a lot of reasonable cards, a lot of directions we could take this. If we think, oh, Liliana the Last Hope, also a fine card. Planeswalkers, Artifacts, and Enchantments, Mongoose. It's everything. Alright, Treasure Cruise is solid. Grave Titan doesn't seem that necessary. Kind of into Bitter Blossom or like Liliana here. I think with Stoneforge Mystic, I kind of like Bitter Blossom. Monastery Mentor and Bitter Blossom are close, I think. Rotting Regisaurs in this cube. Goblin Welder. This card's real nice with Black Lotus, but we're not really doing the Goblin Welder thing so much here. Chrome Mox is pretty good with stuff like Palace Jailer and Bitter Blossom. But I think this is just Jace Vryn's Prodigy. Jace is just an overall incredibly powerful 2-drop. And, you know, flashing back Vindicates and Fractured Identities is nice. We'll just take Jace. And there's plenty of stuff I'd be happy to go from that pack. Okay, here we've got Mom, Fatal Push, Miscalculation. I don't think we especially need Mom here. I think we're ending up in a little bit more of a controlling build. Shambling Vent's okay, but our mana's already looking really, really clean so far. Hey, Jared, thanks for gifting a sub, and congrats, Clarm, on receiving it. I'm glad you're enjoying the content here so far. Yeah, we got strong stuff to flashback, and don't really feel a need to splash to ready right now, so I'm not going to take these multi-lands. I think we just grab Miscalc. It's just nice to have some counter spells. And okay, so we did want to keep an eye out for equipment because we do have Stoneforge Mystic, and so I think Umezawa's Jite looks very good here. Jite just, because it can kill small stuff, it's just really powerful against several varieties of deck. Just like, murder your opponent's mana dorks, murder their small creatures. It also, gives you a pretty substantial clock. And I just like the card a lot. Shipwreck Marsh is also great, but I like Jite. I'm just a fan of the card. Alright, and here we've got Urza's Saga. Urza's Saga plus Black Lotus seems really good. Just gives us something incredibly powerful to fetch. And we're not a super heavy artifact deck yet. We could definitely move more in that direction. I definitely like Urza's Saga more than I like any of this random stuff. Elspeth's Son's Champion and whatnot. So let's take that. And hey, look, it's Hymn to Turok. Hymn to Turok is superb. We'll always take that one if we can. Now we've got Brainstorm versus Concealed Courtyard. Parallax Wave is funny, but not that powerful most of the time, unless you have some sick combos with it. We really don't. Like instant speedways to remove it. Yeah, GTFO, I agree. This is going to be fun to play. Brainstorm's nice. You have a lot of shuffle effects. We do not have very many shuffle effects right now. We got Stoneforge Mystic, Polluted Delta, or Marsh Flats, that is, and Urza's Saga. We might go Polluted Delta, but I think I just want the clean dual land here. Okay, Venser versus Chart a Course. Let's just go Venser. Venser's super solid. It's like double blue, which is a little tight, but I think we can make double blue work if we dedicate ourselves to it. There is a world where you try to just go black-white grind and just take Rashad and Port or something, splash Fresh Identity, but I think Venser's nice. We could get a Caracas. Chart a Course is also decent. It's actually close between Venser and Chart a Course. But I think Venser's sweet. I want to try Venser. And we have a good playable count here. Yeah, Joe, for Rashad and Port is really more of a monocolored aggro card. It was not a super serious consideration for us there. You can play it in two-color decks, but it's it's great if you have the specific deck for it, which is usually mono white or mono red. But I think people overplay it probably in decks that are not aggro with really good mana. Alright, we got Treasure Cruise, and we got Liliana the Last Hope. It's one of those two. We are not putting a ton of stuff in the graveyard here. We do have Jace, which helps with that a little bit. This is probably Cruise. Liliana is just pretty awkward unless you're playing against a deck that has a lot of small creatures. We already have Jite for those decks. This is probably Scarab God. Spectral Procession is not good unless you're mono white. Tangle Wire is not good for just about anybody unless you're doing fun Goblin Welder stuff with it. So we'll just take Scarab God. Don't know if we're going to play it. We'll take it. Shambling Vent. Did not wheel Polluted Delta. Not a surprise. Mishra's Workshop, Usher of the Fallen. Alright, we are not going to be a Mishra's Workshop deck. This could have been a super sick artifact deck with some of the stuff we've been seeing late. That might be the archetype I try to force next draft if we make it to a third draft today. Just artifact stuff. Tattering My Own Sails. No, that is white/double colorless hybrid mana. So we are going to be paying 4 mana for 3 1/1 flyers most of the time, and that is not quite good enough. Okay, so some good stuff here. Well, not actually that much good stuff. Darkslick Shores, Flicker Wisp, and Strip Mine are the cards that stand out. Spellseeker can fetch Hymn to Turok, and Miscalculation, which is not that much good stuff. Suspicious Stowaway seems okay, but pretty underpowered. I don't think this is a real vintage cube card. I don't expect this to last very long. And we're not really playing enough instants to take advantage, so it's between Strip Mine and just good mana. I think Flicker Wisp probably wheels. This pack has good stuff for other people. So if we think Flicker Wisp is wheeling, what do I want to take? Yeah, you can play the long game plan with Golos for Urza's Saga. I think we just grab Darkslick Shores. Just keep the mana clean. We don't have anything that goes with Strip Mine. We don't have any land recycling abilities. So Yorion as a fair card in our deck can bounce Venser, Palace Jailer, Stoneforge Mystic. We don't have any targets right now. Yorion doesn't seem that great. Gideon Blackblade. Collective Brutality is probably the pick here. This card's just really flexible. It does a lot of stuff. It's good with flipping Jace quickly. It's good with powering out Treasure Cruise. Counterspell is the other good contender. These cards are both really good. I guess we're more likely to wheel Collective Brutality, so I may just take Counterspell here. Yeah, let's just grab Counterspell. It's a little more powerful on the whole. Alright, and here we've got Pack Rat, Shark Typhoon, Yawgmoth, which is good with Bitter Blossom, and not that much else. We don't have much else in Token Generator land. Shark Typhoon's a bit slow for this format, but I think it's still obviously it's still a fine card at any point. I think we just take Typhoon. And then there's Ludovic Necrogenius for some reason. Let's just take Typhoon. Okay, Smuggler's Copter, Fallen Shinobi, Prismatic Vista, and Restoration Angel, and Factor Fiction. A lot of reasonable things here. Our creature count is at 7 plus Bitter Blossom now, and one of our creatures can't even crew Smuggler's Copter. So I don't think we're necessarily doing Smuggler's Copter. Fallen Shinobi seems like a lot of fun. Yeah, Fallen Shinobi just seems like a lot of fun. I don't know if this is the best pick, but I kind of just want to grab it. Even though Smuggler's Copter and Prismatic Vista are probably a little better. Let's see what other smallish creatures we can find. Nothing here. Celestial Colonnade, I think it was just Godless Shrine over Colonnade. Yeah, Emery and Black Lotus is, of course, a really good combo if we can pull off exactly those two cards, but it's not an easy combo to pull off. I would love one more piece of equipment, too. Heck, I would even take Wheeling Nighthawk Scavenger. Hey, Batterskull. Okay. Yeah, we have no ramp, but besides Black Lotus, but this is still, I think Divine Top is fine, Jofu. It's pretty replaceable though, unless you have a good combo with it like Monastery Mentor. And we don't. Yeah, this just looks like Batterskull. We got the Stoneforge Mystic. It's like a little awkward to ever have to hardcast it, but yeah, we could also dump Stoneforge Mystic, just take Orzhov's Signet and play more of a controlling deck, but I like those. I like the little combos you can get going here. Alright. Pack full of unplayables for us and for most other people. Just a really weak pack. I guess we take Sacred Foundry in case we want to splash Duretti in a matchup for some reason. Okay, Skyclave Apparition. Halana and Elena. Probably not for us. So it's Skyclave Apparition versus Elite Spellbinder. I think Skyclave Apparition's just stronger. In a format full of Moxen and stuff, just removing stuff is good. And yes, we did wheel Flicker Wisp. Fantastic. Flicker Wisp is really, really good. Being able to bounce literally anything is Pog. And now that we have Skyclave Apparition and Flicker Wisp, and Batterskull, I'm like much more interested in Yorian. I guess I'll take Balance. Balance could be a sideboard card against decks that go really big, really fast. This looks good though. We've got what looks like just a very clean Esper control deck put together, with the most likely cut going to be the Scarab God, I think. The card that's just like the slowest. Necromancy could also be the cut. Necromancy's a little hard to use. Take Restoration Angel. And now we've taken Restoration Angel, I might cut Necromancy now. Keep that in the sideboard. Okay, Sensei's Top, Emery, Batterskull. Sensei's Top is a fetchable card off of Urza's Saga, which is nice. I don't know if we're playing Urza's Saga. I should actually just take Boros Signet here. Have a little bit of ramp. And I do not think we are playing Urza's... Well, we have Black Lotus. Black Lotus is a good enough reason to play Urza's Saga, but I don't think we needed Sensei's Top. Alright, so we gotta keep in mind this is not really a land. Probably shouldn't treat it like a land. What am I looking to cut from this deck? Probably Containment Priest can be a sideboard card. And we fill in 8 more lands. That seems good enough. Yeah, this looks like a fun deck. Like, definitely very middling on power level, but fun. So we've currently got blue sources 1, 2, 3, 4 blue sources. So we're going to want to really have heavy island count. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 white sources. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 black sources. So we're actually looking real good on black. So I think the land distribution probably looks like this. Him to Turok being double black is a little awkward. I think it's still powerful enough to be worth playing. It's not like you need to play on turn 2. But we'll keep an eye on how that feels. And I don't want to spend too much time in deck building. I'd much rather spend time playing. So let's just jam this and see how it goes. I feel like this should be pretty good. Wish we had found a Skull Clamp. Or a Caracas. Either of those would have been really fun. But yeah, these are the decks I like playing. Just like the mid-rangey, some little mini combos here and there. Many colors, but good mana. Let's play a nice game that lasts like 5 or 6 turns. Sick. Found ourselves an opponent. And this hand looks perfectly reasonable. Need a second white source. We got a ton of those. And Stoneforge Mystic for Batterskull looking like our default plan, unless we see a really good reason to do something else. Turn 1 Plains definitely makes me interested in Stoneforge Mystic for Batterskull. That's another thing I haven't done in a long time. Stoneforge Mystic for Batterskull. The fun of the older formats. Okay, opponents decided to, you know, we got our card advantage. Batterskull's still a good Magic card. We'll still have to play a little later. And I think we just go for Vindicate here. Question is, which of their lands do we Vindicate? I think in the Swamp here, there are just like a lot of, there are more, I think, good double black cards to worry about than double white cards to worry about. Okay, Flicker Wisp doesn't really do much, so we're a little bit sluggish here, but we can just jam our Lifelinker, that's fine. Creatures are good. Alright, turns out we should have hit the Plains. Keep that in mind. Selesnya Signet, sure. And alright, they have their own Mystic. Let's see what they're getting. I would really love a white source here, or any land, really. Just having a Venser up would make me feel great. Umezawa's Jite. Umezawa's Jite would be a fun one to Fractured Entity. Alright, sick. We did exactly what we needed to do. Let's start the Palace Jailer minigame. So this card, for those who are not familiar with it, is going to take our opponent's Stoneforge Mystic, and they don't get it back until they can hit me with a creature. Of course, to hit me with a creature, they're going to have to get through Revenser, they're going to have to get through Fractured Identity, they're going to have to go through Flicker Wisp, bouncing Palace Jailer, and taking their other creature, because they are not getting the Stoneforge Mystic back, even if the Palace Jailer leaves play. They have to be the Monarch. And we draw an extra card every turn. Palace Jailer has got to be the best white card in the cube, right? I don't even think it's particularly close. It's like Palace Jailer, and then you have to like go a ways before you hit like Stoneforge Mystic and Skyclave Apparition. Okay. Opponent found an enchantment that's going to remove a bunch of my creatures, but it's not gonna give them back their creature. And a lot of people don't realize how Palace Jailer actually works. Nah, just in terms of sheer power and of sheer like power for mana. I don't think you're beating Jailer with Iona there. All right, so our opponent now realizes that they don't really know how my card works, and that they are probably in some trouble. We do have to watch out for our opponent having some instant speed way to remove this. We don't want to like develop the board too hard. I think I just keep Venser up. I don't really see any reason to need to develop the board further when I'm drawing extra card every turn. Yeah, is the 7-mana Angel in this cube? The 7-mana Angel seems like stronger than Iona. Maybe a card that could compete on power level. Thran Dynamo. I will allow it. I'm okay with Thran Dynamo. I think I want to Venser whatever they're trying to cast with Thran Dynamo, and then Fracture Identity their Thran Dynamo. That is my current plan. Monastery Mentor. Let's not give you a token off of that, I think. We can also let Monastery Mentor resolve and then bounce their Parallax Wave and then hit it with Palace Jailer. There are a lot of ways to skin the cat, but I'm pretty happy with the way that we found to skin the cat here. There's the Jite, sure. That seems nice. Let's, yeah, this is really good with Thran Dynamo, actually. Which I will now be stealing. Can I steal it and then cast Treasure Cruise? Unfortunately, I can't. It's a little sad. I can't really cast much of anything here, but we'll live. My Thran Dynamo, thank you. Take 5. Alright, so if they have an instant speed way to remove Parallax Wave, they can get rid of my other 2 creatures. Worst case scenario, they like play Mentor and then kill my creatures, have tokens and G-type. They're still not going to be the Monarch. And I have Thran Dynamo, Treasure Cruise ready to go. Nope, they're just done. Okay, mid-range battle. They've got Jite, Parallax Wave, Monastery Mentor. I didn't see any Containment Priest targets. Necromancy doesn't seem particularly strong. Scarab God seems pretty reasonable at fighting the mid-range battles. I might want this more than I want, like, Fallen Shinobi. Adversary still seems okay. Not great. Weed! Thank you. Happy New Year. Alright, we could cut Adversary for Scarab God. I'm not sure about that. I'm not really going after my life total that hard, and they do have Jite, which makes Adversary a little awkward. I think we do this. It's kind of a lot of 5-drops for a deck that only has 1 Signet, but we also have Black Lotus, so there are other ways to make this work. Okay. We're certainly pretty far from casting Flicker Wisp, but I do like a turn 2 Bitter Blossom. Hey, Ride or Die, yep. I mean, I'll play whatever's the most interesting format that's going on at the time, and most of the time the most interesting format's on Arena, because you can win stuff there, but more easily than on Magic Online. But when they bring Moto out to play with Vintage Cube and there's not much going on in Arena, we'll do a little bit of Moto. Although I expect to switch right over to the Arena Cube once that's ready. Alright, Giver of Runes is very strong. That is going to make a lot of my cards somewhat worse. Alright, now with the interesting choice of Boros Signet versus Bitter Blossom, but I think the extra fairies are just going to pay us off in the long run. Also, thanks Keverland for actually showing me that the command works. Now I know. I guess Bitter Blossom is pretty bad against Parallax Wave, huh? It really is. Opponent's attacking with Giver of Runes, which implies they don't have any good creatures to play out here. Lingering Souls. All right, this is great. Opponent and I are fighting a classic mid-range battle here. If they have Umezawa's Jite, I'm in a lot of trouble, but I'm just hope they don't. Notable that I can't be trying to trade my Fairy Rogue with their Spirit tokens because they have Giver of Runes. So we're just going to be taking this hit. Alright, well, what's next? Sylvan Library. That card's really good. That is going to... that puts me in a position where I really want to pressure the life total, but Lingering Souls makes it difficult to pressure their life total, so... Alright, opponent's doing a great job here so far. They are putting the pressure on me very much. Pretty sure we just Urza's Saga here. And prepare to cycle a Shark Typhoon. And start laying down some blocks. But opponent definitely looking at the edge so far, and Jite is still a terrifying prospect if they can land it. Yeah, I mean, it's not a crazy idea to think about trying to do the hardcast Shark Typhoon thing in this game with Treasure Cruise available, but I think we're under a little too much pressure to pull that one off. And of course, they could always just have an Nature's Claim or a Vindicate or an Assassin's Trophy or Vanishing Verse, if that's in the cube. Vanishing Verse is not in the current cube list. That seems crazy to me. Why would they not put Vanishing Verse in the cube? Peepa weird. It's like, they can put Ludovic Necrogenius in, find room for Vanishing Verse, people. Alright, time to start blocking with Fairy tokens. If they want to use Giver Runes to eat one of these, we get to eat one of their tokens. And we need to preserve our life total a little bit. Yeah, I mean, they'll always try to put in a bunch of cards from the current set or whatever. But I just feel like Vanishing Verse should just be good enough and efficient enough to be worth including. Maybe they feel it's too similar to Vindicate. Is Anguish making the cube? It is not. Okay. Gideon Jura. Alright. Gideon's a solid duck. What are we going to do with you, buddy? Gideon is interesting for sure. I am not sure what to do now. We'll start with Marsh Flats, get Tundra. So we could Flicker Wisp the Gideon so that we don't have to attack him now. That's an option. I just noticed our opponent got no cards off Sylvan Library, which seems sad. Unfortunately, we can't quite Flicker Wisp the Gideon and get Fallen Shinobi down. I think I just like Flicker Wisp the Gideon, make a Saga token here. Hit our opponent for 3. We don't actually have to hit them at all. We can just hold the Shark token back. Yeah, that seems fine. I think we just take some loyalty off the Gideon, get our creature down. It's not tremendously exciting by any means, but it's acceptable. And this is not a sorcery, okay? Yeah, you're hopefully doing something more exciting with Flicker Wisp than this most of the time, but that's the nice thing about Flicker Wisp. It doesn't have to be exciting. It just has to be functional and do the job. And the 3/1 body is usually better than it is when our opponent has a cast a Lingering Souls and flash it back in a game. Now, do I hit him with a Shark to try and reduce the impact of Sylvan Library? I think I'm down to do that, actually. I'm not that worried about my own life total anymore. Yeah, I think Urza's Saga is going to apply better pressure if we also hit them with a Shark here. Let me make sure to turn on my upkeep. This has the downside that they can use Gideon to kill my Shark, but if they want to down-tick Gideon instead of upticking it, and I get to play Fallen Shinobi this turn, that sounds great. I would be very into that. New emote, Kevlar Man? Fun. Yeah, I don't know about the Shark attack. Might have been unwise. Tide Hollow Sculler. Okay. Well, so much for Fallen Shinobi, I guess. Opponent's interacting with me, which is totally unfair. Not cool at all. Man, if only we had a Skull Clamp we could get off the Urza's Saga, this game would be a joke. But, we don't. By the way, our opponent has still drawn no cards off their Sylvan Library, which has made it into an 0-for-1. That is really not how you want to use Sylvan Library. You should be very aggressively drawing cards off of this. That is why you put it in your deck. Especially when you got Shambling Vent and defensive Gideon Jura and stuff. They took Treasure Cruise. They let me have Fallen Shinobi. Alright. Alright. I guess Treasure Cruise was going to be pretty good once we got Black Lotus off this saga. It kind of makes sense. I mean, our opponent might just think there's no way that they're getting hit this turn, which they could be right. Maybe they have a removal spell in their hand or something. Alright, and they're just hard chilling, which I am fine with. Okay. Upkeep. Gonna be using Urza's Saga again. Notably, the Giver of Runes can give protection from colorless. Ooh, but I got Scarab God. That's fun. Alright, fetch Black Lotus, play Underground Sea. And now what? I mean, I can attack them with 3 creatures. I can attack Gideon. Let's see. I think I like the play of attack them with a Fairy Rogue, attack Gideon with a Construct, attack them with a Flicker Wisp. This forces them to either let a creature through and give me Fallen Shinobi Ninjutsu, or let Gideon die. And we can do the Fallen Shinobi Ninjutsu without shrinking the Construct, because we don't need to sack Black Lotus for that, which is good. And I'm actively pretty interested in putting Flicker Wisp in my graveyard so I can Scarab God it back next turn. What I expect them to do here probably is to give the Tide Hollow Sculler protection from colorless, and then just trade with, block the Construct token and trade with both my tokens, both my guys. But that would be fine. If they do that, I'll just jam Scarab God. Also, goddamn, Urza's Saga is busted. Like, we just made 2 4/4s off of our land. It's so good. Okay. That's interesting. Gave it pro white. Okay. So, what's going on then? Block Flicker Wisp, sure. Alright, they're just going to let Tide Hollow Sculler die and let me cast Treasure Cruise? Okay. I like it. I'm into it. Let's do that. 2/4/4s and a Black Lotus, yeah. So we can, I think, freely sack the Lotus here. I would like to make Treasure Cruise a bit cheaper. Triple blue. We actually just get to cast Treasure Cruise now. Actually, I think I'm actively interested in spending 1 extra mana here in order to... I don't have any other double white cards I can draw here, right? I don't think so. We have Hymn to Turok and that's it. I think I'm actively interested in keeping Flicker Wisp in my graveyard for Scarab God. Okay, drew the Hymn. We also have Miscalc. Would I rather hold up Miscalc or cast Hymn? I think given that our opponent has Sylvan Library, I'd rather keep Miscalc up. Just trying to figure out what could be in their hand, given they haven't been doing anything. Maybe we just hymn them, all the hymning's good. And we could hold up Miscalc to like break up a removal spell next turn on our Fallen Shinobi. That sounds good. Let's just hymn them while I have 2 cards in hand. They might have instant speed removal, but nope. Fumigate, Maelstrom Pulse. Alright. Those are magic cards. Hard deck looking a little expensive, but at least all of our cards are doing more than our opponent's cards are doing, which is good. I assume that this is the turn they drew 1 card off of Sylvan Library. Okay. 1 single solitary card. Yeah, Tacos. I feel like they had a lot of options for how to use Maelstrom Pulse last turn, and they probably should have done something. Yeah, Clever-Man, I mean, it's looking better than Dig here because we just emptied our whole graveyard. And Gideon is getting in. Okay. So they can use Giver of Runes to get Gideon through a fairy token, but I am down to trade a construct for 6 life if it comes to that. Okay. They played land. And they're done. Okay. Alright, 7 mana. We have Miscalc and some 5-drops. Let's, I think I am interested in going for Fallen Shinobi this turn. Not sure I care too much about Gideon Jura at this point. Since we can't really kill it, they're going to definitely block at least one of our constructs. Gideon's not dying no matter what we do. So let's see if they found instant speed removal. They found instant speed removal. Alright, so that's dying. We have a 2/2, and they're going to probably... They can't animate Shambling Vent to block it anymore because they spent their mana incorrectly. I will allow Power Word Kill then. They're not blocking. Okay. Well, let's see what we get then, I guess. Yeah, I think our opponent just doesn't quite know what some of the cards do here. I will take a free Tireless Tracker. Love free Tireless Trackers. By the way, punt to me. I should not have played the land at the beginning of the turn, given that Fallen Shinobi lets you play lands. So we missed a land drop there for free. But I think we'll be okay nonetheless. So they go to 8. Sylvan Library is pretty restricted in what it can do. Tireless Tracker is looking not as strong as it could have been if we'd had the land to go with it, but still strong. Miscalc at least puts a little bit of a limit on what they can do. And we can cycle in a turn if they don't give us a chance to use it. Try to find something that interacts with the board cheaply. We're definitely feeling a little bit of the pain of having this many 5-drops in our deck, though. A lot of turns where he couldn't multi-spell. Stoneforge Mystic, okay. Gonna let that one resolve. Are they gonna get Jite or something more expensive? If it's Jite, we can miscalc them off of being able to equip it here, which is gas. Sword of Body and Mind, alright. That one we can just straight up counter if they want to try for it this turn, although I don't know if they will. Oh, they did. Miscalculation is classic Urza block art of something going wrong in a classroom. Okay, that felt good. Not going to even bother looking at my deck to edit it. I'm just going to assume it's great. Alright. I will play first. Thank you for asking. Well, this hand looks very good. Love it when Black Lotus can power out like a source of permanent mana advantage in addition to a turn 1 Bitter Blossom. I think we're just going to go for that. We unfortunately can't go Boros Signet Bitter Blossom and play Shambling Vent out, so I think we're going to just go for... We have a white source here, so we're going to go for blue and black off of Marsh Flats. And it's obviously not the most powerful Black Lotus turn in history, but I think it'll still be solid. Okay, if that was like a Birds of Paradise or something, I'd have been a little worried. I'm not as worried about Sensei's Divining Top. Jace Vryn's Prodigy. Can't cast that one either, but it's fine. We got our extra fairy token and potentially our turn 3 Palace Jailer. Okay, Grim Monolith is scary. I'm now more scared than I was. I would accept Vindicate in addition to land drops here. Blue source. Alright, so probably just going to jam Palace Jailer and start drawing extra cards. You don't need to exile anything for the Monarchy to work out for you. And hopefully the extra cards we're drawing will give me some access to things that answer what they get off Grim Monolith. If they cast a big creature off of this next turn, something like a Primeval Titan or a Grave Titan, we can just blink Palace Jailer with Resto. And meanwhile, we're playing good aerial pressure. Bitter Blossom also really helpful in making sure we don't accidentally give up the Monarchy. Alright. Urza Saga, a little sad we've already used our Black Lotus, but whatever. It's a land. It's functional. Opponent using Sensei's Divining Top is very good here, so they're going to be casting maybe a 5-drop, not a 6-drop. That's a very large power differential. Okay. A lot of mana. Lot of mana. But it's surprising how often people who have a lot of mana in Vintage Cube fail to translate that into actually winning. Vindicate. Alright, Vindicate is going to be pretty good for killing that Thran Dynamo, and now they no longer have a lot of mana. That was a good draw. Technically should have waited until the second main phase to cast this Jace in case they dismembered it. But I am not trying to play that tightly right now. And Dismember, for those who aren't familiar with it, is a instant speed removal spell you can cast with just colorless mana. Alright. If the opponent taps out, then Fallen Shinobi could be really good. If they don't tap out and leave up Sensei's Divining Top, it might be a little harder for Fallen Shinobi to get us value, but... Alright, looks like we get to take their Sensei's Divining Top with it. And Bitter Blossom dying seems like too little too late. Alright. So we can Fallen Shinobi this turn, or we could Jace to get back our Vindicate. Pretty sure we just Fallen Shinobi this turn. And see what's in their deck. Those are nice. I like these. Oh, we could have Flashback Vindicate off the Gilded Lotus, but again, doesn't seem like it's going to matter. And now we have Memory Deluge up anyway, which is nice. Damnation. Okay. There's no particular reason to resto anything in response. I guess we'll just go ahead and Memory Deluge in response. Actually, here, we can Sensei's Divining Top in response. I could even, so I could activate Top and look for a counterspell, like a Miscalculation or a counterspell. Or I could just cast Memory Deluge. Let's just see if we hit the counter here. If not, we'll just Deluge. Yeah. We can also just kill them with Resto and Shamley. That's a good point, Ducks Up. We'll just do that. We'll just do that. We've had our fun. They are just dead. Vintage Cube, definitely an easy format to miss, though. They were just dead. Okay. Turn 1 Black Lotus, win the game. Not bad. Did not see any Containment Priest targets. Doesn't seem like a deck where balance is necessary. Didn't see any good Necromancy targets. They are doing a lot of stuff with Artifact mana, which implies that we may eventually want to, we might have good targets for these things, but I'll wait and see until they've actually hit me with the big things. Pretty happy with the deck as is. I don't really think we need to bring in Scarab God. It doesn't seem like they're that grindy. They are ramping at us. So I think I'm pretty fine with our current mix of Disruption and Aggression. And I was going to do the gender command, but our opponent's name is literally Tallman50, so I think it's okay to use male pronouns here if you want to. Yeah, I do wish I had a few more cheap disruptive spells. This deck would be way better with the Thoughtseize. I mean, alright, I'll take Black Lotus. We could just jam Fallen Shinobi on turn 2 and see if they can kill it. Yeah, this looks good. I don't think we're going to be powering out turn 1 Bitter Blossom again. Doesn't seem as strong without something to go with it, but maybe we'll draw a Jace and then go turn 1 Jace Bitter Blossom. That could work. Alright, we hit Urza's Saga again, which is not super helpful. Pretty sure we're just going to hold off on Lotusing and plan to jam a Bitter Blossom first. Alright, what's their move? Cynic Signet. Alright, so should I just be going for turn to Fallen Shinobi? That is the question. If it works, they just die really fast. Yeah! Yeah, you know what? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's hit him with a turn 2 Fallen Shinobi. They can't daze me, which is helpful. And even if they have a creature next turn, you know, unclear if that creature is going to be able to even block a 5/4 safely. But if they jam Questing Beast, then I'm going to be sorry for my actions. Yep, Jofu, it's a very silly card. Why, it's, you know, I'm a Legacy Cube guy more than a Vintage Cube guy. I like a lot of the weird artifact synergies in Vintage Cube, but I don't like the vast differentials in power level between people who have Black Lotus type stuff going on and people who don't. Tammy keeps trying to come and watch us, but unfortunately is getting phone calls. And yep, seems like our opponent could not block a creature on turn 3. Does it display the storm count all the time? Is the storm count displayed right now? I think it only turns on the storm count if there's like a storm card somewhere in your vicinity. Oh, look at that. That's fun. Thanks, opponent. Appreciate you. Alright. That was quick. Alright, well, that was the, we had a Mox Jet match in our last cube. We just drew the Mox Jet every time. We had the Black Lotus match there. Well, we're winning a lot so far, Geneticist. It's been good. I'm playing decks I like and beating people with them. Another Black Lotus hand. Honestly, a bit of a challenge. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to keep the one-lander Lotus on the draw. I feel like I should go for it, but it's close. It's definitely close. This is the kind of hand that could backfire horrendously if we, like, miss that second land. But it is content. We could also draw Memory Deluge or something. Opponent paid blue, then cast Gitaxian Probe off of Phyrexian mana. Oh yeah, content keep for sure. And now they know about our content keep, which is the best content keeps are the ones where your opponent Gitaxian probes you and learns what you're up to. Alright, well, I am going to play Black Lotus here. It leaves it vulnerable to certain removal spells or whatever, but I have a counterspell in my hand. So if in case our opponent wants to get to any nonsense, they don't know about our counterspell and we can cast it if we have to. Definitely, I'm definitely having fun with this so far. Hymn to Turok. Do I do that? Yeah, I don't think I do yet. I think we wait, try to draw a land here. A little too awkward to get our hymn counterspelled. Alright, there's a land, which is great. I am going to go ahead and... So we could hymn plus Vindicate here. I can't hymn plus leave up counterspell, though. Do I hymn plus Vindicate? No, I think we just jam our 3/1. Keep up the counterspell. Opponent had no removal, no counter for this. What are they up to? What are you up to over there, opponent? Firebolt? Black Lotus definitely just worse than a normal land here for now. Battle Display. Okay. I mean, I guess we float some blue mana in response. Hold up counterspell. Let this thing counter itself. That's fine. Black Lotus being a 0 mana 1/1 is okay. And opponent having nothing and me having Dark Explorers is great. Let's hit him. And we'll just go ahead and cast this Vindicate. Now we don't have anything else to do. We want to be casting spells each turn, putting pressure on our opponent's mana. Do I kill Den of the Bugbear or kill their dual land? I think it's their dual land. There are triple blue cards in this format. And turns where you have multiple cards that add up to triple blue. And I'm really not that worried about the Den of the Bugbear. Like, I'm gaining 3 life a turn, hitting him with Intrepid Adversary. It's hard to imagine our opponent having, like, a good turn that involves dealing me 4 damage and producing a Goblin token. I think it's slightly more likely we take him off of Cryptic Command or whatever. But, you know, both plays are reasonable enough. Blood Crypt is here. Alright, you got some black spells for me? It might be a blocker eventually, but I'm pretty happy having our opponent spend effectively 5 mana for the privilege of blocking my 2-drop. Alright, K command's gonna make me discard a card. I guess we'll discard... I think it's just Batterskull here. Treasure Cruise is almost online, which is exciting. Counterspell is also online, which is exciting in itself. Alright. So if they start just hitting us with Den of the Bugbear now, Jofu, you've definitely proven your point. We have another one of those, like, lots of 5-drops hand, which is tough. I will counter literally anything. Definitely includes Expressive Iteration. Need to get Treasure Cruise online here. And Magda Brazen Outlaw, sure. Palace Jailer could be good eventually. Admittedly, Den of the Bugbear also makes Palace Jailer worse. Alright, you know what, Jofu, I'll say it, you're right. I'm going to pump myself. Should have taken the Den. There were too many ways for the play I made to turn out badly. We're still looking pretty okay with Umezawa's Jite and Fractured Identity and stuff, but there are a lot of ways for that sequence to turn out badly. Now, our opponent doesn't know about Fractured Identity, so I'm hoping they just cast some big ol' permanent that I can steal, like a Jace the Mind Sculptor, maybe. Or a Teferi. Or a Goldspan. Or a... Okay, that's not quite it, but as Time Warps go, that Time Warp was not especially dangerous. You can hit me for 2 again. Go for it. Well, a lot's happening, Astastic. And I feel like Kevlar Man is probably a fan of the old Vintage Cube stuff. That was also, like, one of the most This Is Fine turns of all time. Opponent just casts Treasure Warp, plays no additional permanents, doesn't even hit a land drop, just plays the Time Warp. Now what? Bribery. Okay. Well, whatever they get from me, I'm about to get from them. And fortunately, we drew Palace Jailer. If they could have Palace Jailer to play off this, I'd be worried. Kevlar Man, you hate cubes? What did a cube ever do to you, Kevlar Man? Gosh, can we even be friends anymore? Like, all cubes. All of them. Yeesh. Okay, they took Venser, which, sure. Venser, you've got a Venser. Enjoy. They bounced my Darkslick Shores, which is kind of annoying. So we have a few options here. We can go Stoneforge, get Jite, cast Jite. We can go Tapland Stoneforge. We can go Palace Jailer, take out... Okay. So I think we just go Palace Jailer, steal Venser. It's pretty easier for our opponent to become the Monarch themselves, but if they become the Monarch, I get my Venser back, which means that I become the Monarch the next turn. So this seems powerful. Plus I draw the card here anyway, which is nice. Tattering my own sails, it wouldn't quite solve the problem. Like, I would be the monarch, but they could then take the monarchy back. And they would draw a card in the meantime. Which isn't great. Worst case scenario is they have a flyer or something like that. Zealous Conscripts is fine. Zealous Conscripts isn't too scary. We still get Venser back, which is still a problem for them. So what are we doing? We're gonna bounce... Could bounce Den of the Bugbear. I could bounce the... I guess I don't really want to bounce the conscripts too much. They can just recast the Den if I bounce that. Probably just bounce Magda? Yeah, I think we just bounce Magda. Bouncing a treasure is also an option. We just bounce Magda. Yeah, opponent's really trying. Bribery is often very good. Not particularly good against me, though. Alright, so one of their cards in hand is Magda. We got our Venser back. I get to go... Huh. I think I want to start getting black sources down. I do need to hit them to get the Monarch back. Yeah, let's just go Stoneforge. We could have Fractured Identity Zealous Conscripts, which might have honestly won us the game, but I think I like saving Fractured Identity in case they have some kind of, you know, huge heavy-hitting thing I need to deal with next turn. Can't ninjutsu because we have no untapped black sources, Jofu. So that's not going to work. But playing out the black land this turn does also give us the option to potentially ninjutsu. Kellerman, do you feel that way about draft? Even if it's not singleton, it's still like you don't have control over what's in your deck and you don't have much in the way of synergy? Or do you still like draft? Super down to double block the Zealous Conscripts. Mm-hmm. Wishclaw Talisman. Alright. I mean, I guess that's powerful with stuff like Time Warp and Bribery, potentially, but I'm not too worried about it now. This is activate only during your turn, so we can Skyclave if we have to. I think I just like equip Jite to Venser and see what they're gonna do about that. Then we can go like Signet Bitter Blossom. So we're now putting our opponent in the vise that is Umezawa's Jite. This card is very strong. Sure, Kevlar Man. Can't say I totally understand it, but I can certainly accept it. Alright, dead Jite. Well done. Opponent manages to get something done there. That's fine. And they trade. Okay. Alright, well in that case, let's just go with Signet into Skyclave Apparition and take out their tutor. Yeah, I will say that Vintage Cube is like not my favorite kind of cube or even close. Prefer pretty much anything else. But I don't know, I find that some of the grindiest formats you can find in Magic are the like cube formats where people are like trying to match up the answers and threats and there's not like broken combos in every deck. Alright, opponent is really keen on trying to take back the Monarchy. Or okay, they just don't have anything to do. Seems like a problem for them. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me, Color Man. The arena cubes are clearly less broken than whatever we're doing here. But, of course, everyone is welcome to like or dislike what they like or dislike for whatever reason. Yeah, I just don't remember the other cubes feeling answer light. Maybe I'm forgetting something. Alright, do I just fracture them here? I guess I'm interested in seeing a little bit more of their deck if I can, so I think we just try to get my ninjutsu guy down. Keep in mind they have 2 mana open. Alright, we hit Island Mountain. That's not particularly exciting, but sure. Oh wait, what happened to our Batter Skull? Or our Batter Skull got exiled, our Batter Skull got exiled. Okay, whatevs. Whatever. We are still doing fine. Sword of Fire and Ice. That is still fine. We are able to block through that one. Yeah, could buy that. Could buy that Geneticist. Hey, Wally. Alright, so our opponent needs to kill Fallen Shinobi or they're dead. And we just win with Fractured Identity anyway. This takes literally any permanent. This takes literally any permanent, so Fractured Identity should be a win here. The Omnath Bob deck went 2-1, which is I am definitely content with. So we get to take their Sword of Fire and Ice, equip the Cell's Conscripts, attack them with 2 5-power creatures, and that should be game. Alright, so our opponent is another grindy deck. They've got Bribery. The fact that they have Bribery makes me definitely not interested in putting Scarab God into my deck. Containment Priest could be kind of funny with Bribery as a thing they do. What else do we see? We saw Zell's Conscripts. We saw Kolaghan's Command on the splash. We saw Time Warp. Yeah, I think my big priority here is just avoiding good Bribery targets. I could cut Shinobi or Yorion for Containment Priest. But honestly, I think it's worth it just playing slightly more powerful cards in the deck, even if it makes me a bit more vulnerable to one specific card they have. Yeah, Mongoose, we took match 2. We just drew Black Lotus in our opening hand both games, and that was helpful. That's a good draw. Yeah, Showboy, Brawl Cube would be pretty fun. No disagreement there. Alright, opponent fortunately not going to be curving out with Magda, which I appreciate. If they're trying to play a grindier game, we should be... I think our deck seems like it goes bigger than theirs. Although we only saw about half their deck. Spellseeker. Geneticist Fallen Shinobi would be miserable in Standard. Oh, no, 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 no. Way too random. Fallen Shinobi is like a perfect cube card. Might even be a little bit overpowered for most cubes. Like, we just Fallen Shinobi'd somebody's Emrakul and beat them on turn 3 that one game. Which didn't seem particularly fair. What did they take? They took Remand. Okay. Definitely fine with our opponent doing Spellseeker for Remand. This feels like I should just be cycling Shark Typhoon and trying to hit them with Fallen Shinobi. Those are two different things that Remand does not hit. Opponent going to tap out for Avalanche Riders. Okay, that's annoying. That makes it harder for me to execute my plan. But probably not that much harder. Wally 1, I beg to differ. Fallen Shinobi grinds like as hard as something like Uro, but also you can just win the game on like turn 4 with it out of nowhere. Does not seem like that much fun. Alright, we trade with Spellseeker. I'm down to trade with Spellseeker, it seems fine. And do I Urza Saga? No. Let's go Plains. I think we're just going to do Naked Flickerwisp here. To be perfectly honest, I think we're just nakedly Flickerwisping. The one potential disadvantage of Naked Flickerwisp here is that we leave ourselves a little more open to bribery versus Flickerwisp being excellent if our opponent had bribery next turn. Yeah, one thing I appreciate in a cube is a good balance between like the aggro decks and the sweeter decks, and I think the arena cubes do that better than like the vintage cube does. Like vintage cube, the aggro decks are good and the sweeter decks are also good, but in the arena cube it feels like you're not as forced to go like completely one direction or something. Like there are fewer cards that are absolutely useless in a particular deck in that other cube. All right. Yeah, we don't have much to do this turn. We could Skyclave Apparitions to take some pressure off. If they can kill the Skyclave Apparition, they get a little 4/4 back, which is a little sad. But I don't really see much else to do. Like, at least if they kill Skyclave Apparition, we get a other card in the yard for Treasure Cruise. Just have kind of an awkward hand here. Oh yeah, I mean there are some terrible cards in Vintage Cube. There have always been terrible cards in Vintage Cube. Given that like all the Crimson Vow cards seem quite bad, it seems like there are more terrible cards than usual in Vintage Cube. So, yeah, I would redesign it pretty heavily if I were in charge, but I'm not. And Vintage Cube is certainly a really tough thing to put together. Okay, Den is fine. What else? Sure. 6-mana Olivia. I mean, Elena and Helena might be the best Crimson Vow cards in the cube. Don't know. Alright, so we got Saga going, but doing very little. Opponent's got a Remand in their hand, which we know about. Pretty sure we just go for Yorion here and see if we can scare the Remand out of their hand. For lack of anything better to do. We don't want to be casting Treasure Cruise because they have Remand up and we're just burning resources in our graveyard that we'll need later. Yeah, the fact that we're missing cards like Vanishing Verse and still keeping cards like, I don't know, like a lot of the cards is tricky. Alright, so this is the turn where if they have Time Warp, they actually get a little bit of advantage out of it. We could certainly get beaten to death here by the right combination of Time Warps and Zealous Conscripts. Den of the Bugbear, though, does not scare me too much. Yep, red-green cards, there's definitely a lot of room for changes. Like, I don't even know what it's in all the Commander sets or whatever that have come out over the years. I feel like there must be some room there. Alright, not going to make the creature here. I would like to cast 2 spells. One of the spells being Hymn to Turok. You get Black Lotus. Play Underground Sea. So I think this just wants to be Hymn to Turok into Yorion to block stuff, probably. We actually do Hymn to Turok into Treasure Cruise before we make any other decisions. So let's do that. 1, 2, 3... We hit Dismember Zealous Conscripts. That's good. We drew Jite. I think we still have to play Yorion. And hope that the 4/5 blocks for a bit, and that our opponent can't get rid of it. Next turn we'll have Counterspell up. Yeah, Bloodbraid should be in the Vintage Cube. Definitely put Bloodbraid in the Vintage Cube. So much better than Huntmaster the Fells, for example. Put Vanishing Verse in, put Ephemerate in. Like, the fact that Ephemerate's not here makes Avalanche Riders just seem like a joke. Okay. I think it's time to start GTing. We've got the Counterspell if they have the Abrade. This kills down the Bugbear if they try to activate it. Gains a bunch of life if need be. Oh, Abrade's in the graveyard, that's true. Kolagon's Command is a card we've seen. We can counter that if it comes to that. Okay. Hey, same shot. They had Abrade anyway. Look at that. Snapcaster is a card. Snap, by the way, is a card that could be in the Vintage Cube. Cough, cough. Not that it has to be, but, you know, it's an option. Although it's not like they're hurting for good blue cards, I guess. Opponent's Modal Shatter foiled anyway. Take that. Snap the bounce spell, yeah. And just because Mistastic is probably really lost by now. I do think there could be a bit more of a flicker theme in this cube. So Snap or Ephemerate. Things along those lines. Kiki Jiki Mirror Breaker. Okay. That is pretty close to killing me. Fortunately, Umezawa's GT can gain life, so we're fine. But definitely a scary one. We are going to have to dance on the edge a bit here. So what's the plan? We clearly gain some life. And then we kill the Goblin token? I guess we kill the Goblin token. Go to 2. Yeah, Ephemerate's just great. Ephemerate should be in here. Alright, we got Fallen Shinobi. But I'm just going to have to play it as a blocker, because I can't really afford to... Can't afford to not have a GT hit this turn. It's a little too risky. I mean, we could Shinobi them and then hope we hit a creature off the top of their deck. I think I'll pass on that option. But thanks for the suggestion. We're not dying to Den. We have a blocker. We can... do we die to Den? Huh. Yeah, I guess we actually did need to do that, huh? We can gain 4. Fallen Shinobi as a blocker. If they activate Den... No, we're dead. We can kill Kiki Jiki. But then we're dead anyway. Whoops. That's an oops emote for me, dog. We are dead, right? Yeah, there's nothing. Shoot! Miscounted. Alright. No, it's not Kiki copy Den. Kiki just copies the 4/4. We don't beat Kiki copying the 4/4. Alright. You know, given that I have Venser, Palace, Jailer, Fractured Entity, and Flicker Wisp, I think we just are happy putting in Scarab God. Probably over Yorion. Scarab God just seems much better as a card. And yeah, Den of the Bugbear has been a thorn in my side. Honestly, given the sheer amount of artifact removal they have, shouldn't be cutting Batterskull. It's still good to have with Stoneforge. We could cut the whole Stoneforge package, maybe. Okay, this looks reasonable as long as they don't have Avalanche Riders, and as long as I can draw some lands. Our deck is definitely... Like, our deck is not a 3/0 deck. Our deck is way too expensive. Like, we would need more cards like Ponder and Thoughtseize and Swords to Plowshares for this to be a classic 3/0 version of this deck. But we'll do what we can with what we have, and if we find a land next turn, we're in potentially very good shape. Yeah, the Black Lotus is a big part of this getting to be a 2-win deck. Let's see if our Argite dies. Our Argite does die. Battle Display. The most painful way for a Argite to die. Alas. Alright, did hit the land though, and we will just go ahead and jam the Vindicate, hit our opponent's Spiroglyph Canal. Yeah, they have Kiki-Jiki in their deck. Let's just hit the red source. Whoops. Hold on a minute. Sure. Lands are good. Definitely just jamming Skyclave here. Just want to keep actually casting spells. It's vulnerable to a bunch of removal, but if they remove Skyclave, that's one less removal spell that could take out a Batterskull token. Vindicate. Was Vindicate printed in Modern? I'd be surprised. I don't think so. Anybody know that answer? Okay. Alright, 5th land. Stoneforge Mystic is not very good here, but I mean, cheap Batterskulls are good. Could be worse. Oh, it is an MH2. Huh. Does that card see play in Modern? I guess Prismatic Ending. Gosh, is Prismatic Ending in Vintage Cube? Prismatic Ending isn't in the cube? Come on. What's that about? Like, what the hell? Like, they put Ragavan in. Surely they might as well put Prismatic Ending in. What in the world? Alright, Spellseeker is certainly interesting. That lets me get down Fallen Shinobi. Alright, they get Expressive Iteration, the value Spellseeker. Okay, so no reason to be putting Batterskull into play when I've got Alright. Oh, opponent's gonna fear the Fallen Shinobi. Works for me. Works for me. Yeah, Tighter Man Sales. I haven't seen Prismatic yet, but I've done very little cube. Oh, Vindicate's probably not that good in Modern, no. I'm just curious if it's on any play. It's good in the cube. So it has a lot of artifact removal. I'm not expecting Batterskull to play a huge role in this game, but yep, they got me. They got me. It's sad. I maybe should have been a bit more conservative to try and do the Batterskull Stoneforge thing with them. They now seem to suspect Fallen Shinobi, and they are, of course, correct about Fallen Shinobi. The question is, do I just cast Fallen Shinobi? They already cast Dismember. I feel like I probably should just cast Fallen Shinobi, because Fractured Identity makes it possible for me to get the card through. Like, we're clearly not getting Stoneforge Mystic through them. I think we just play this, make them have an answer for it. Alright, let's see what's happening. They've got 6 cards. One of their cards is Expressive Iteration. Their deck has a lot of stuff that does not perform very well in this spot. Stuff like Zealous Conscripts and Avalanche Riders. Sower of Temptation. That looks good for me. That is a fractured any target right there. Please don't have, I guess, Thoughtseize as your other card. Nice. Huge fan of Thoughtseize not being their other card. Seems very good. Okay, so they gotta kill Fallen Shinobi. Removing Sower of Temptation is not good enough. If they kill Fallen Shinobi, we've still got a pretty good amount of pressure with this Shambling Vent. Or they could play something we haven't seen from them yet, like Grave Titan or something. Banefire, okay. That one's fine. So we have a lot of good top decks in this situation because we are playing an expensive deck full of expensive cards. I guess we don't have Yorion anymore. We do have Scarab God. We've got Treasure Cruise. We've got Intrepid Adversary is quite good at this point. If they bribery my Scarab God at this point, we're probably in a lot of trouble. Palace Jailer would be very good. Treasure Cruise. Okay, exiles a mountain. See if they've got the bribery. Magda's not very good. Yep, while he wanted it, certainly is. Not sure, Jofu. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I was hoping we'd be crossing that bridge this turn, but we unfortunately were not. Opponent's got something going on. Killing Sower. Ah, ha! Take that, opponent. Didn't draw anything helpful. Well, I guess the time has come to trade off Shambling Vent. Leave Magda with them. Guess we leave Magda with them. Alright, so opponent's got 2 cards. I've got some good top decks. They've mostly got Bribery as the thing I'm really scared of. I still don't know everything that's in their decks. Soul Ring, okay. Glad they've held off on having this very often. Oh, Kiki Jiki? Kiki Jiki literally does nothing. I assume if they have Kiki Jiki, they probably got something that combos with it, which is a scary thought. I don't have any equipment left. I don't have Fallen Shinobi left, so there's no reason not to block. Wally 1, does Trudeau Nemesis really not see play in Legacy anymore? That would shock me. Alright, we're going to hold this Underground Sea in hand in case we can maybe bluff a counter. Oh, they have Zell's Conscripts. We know they have Zell's Conscripts. That will kill me if they find that with Kiki. We could have also held Shambling Vent. That might have been better. Yeah, probably was better to hold Shambling Vent back. Briblek, no. You can definitely play it, just deal your opponent 2 damage if nothing else is going on, and this is definitely a game where nothing else is going on. Bitter Blossom is not great, but it's a spell. Spells are better than non-spells. Kind of just waiting for the other shoe to drop here with our opponent having 4 cards in hand. Is this the Bribery shoe dropping now? The Time Warp shoe? The Time Warp shoe. Alright, opponent is impatient. I mean, I guess it makes sense to cycle that this turn as much as it does any other turn. Thank you, Geneticist, for the stats. So it does seem like Treating Nemesis sees some play. I would definitely qualify that as some play. Alright, well, here we go. That seems good. Let's try that. We're going to hold the creatures in the yard, I think. Well, we'll get rid of that one. We're not bringing that one back. You. Please? Would not be at all surprised if they had a counter, but at least this forces them to use it. Okay, it's not Remand, it's Venser. Okay, Venser's fine. Venser means I get to play Treasure Cruise again. Venser Kiki Jiki is terrifying, but why in the world would they not just... Opponent really should have done something different than the thing they did here. I'll play this. I'm going to hold up, I guess, double blue for counterspell, and double black and double white. This is everything. Can I try again? Is this going to work? Okay, that resolved. Shark Typhoon is really bad against Kiki Venser. I'm not really sure how we beat Kiki Venser. I don't think we can beat Kiki Venser unless our opponent screws up quite badly. But, yeah, we'll give him the chance to do that. I guess we need to cast 2 relevant spells in 1 turn to beat Kiki Venser. Or just have them attack. That also works. Opponent's already cast Banefire. Oh, Venser can't be copied. You're right. Okay, Venser can't be copied. So we're great. Everything is fine. That makes much more sense now. Sorry, opponent. Alright, they have a burn spell. I got Lightning Bolt for my face. That's going to be tough to beat, huh? Do I have any instant speed life gain in my deck? I definitely don't. But just for fun, let's see if I can draw something. Yes, Narcosis. Expressive Iteration was a mistake. Expressive Iteration, in Standard at least, was a mistake. Seems okay as a modern printing. We drew Memory Deluge. Alright, well, if I have anything that bails me out, we can maybe find it off at Memory Deluge. I do want to turn off all my auto yields here. Okay. Is there anything, deck? Show me the money. None of these. I mean, it's pretty good in Legacy, but it's fine for cards to be good in Legacy. I have no issue with that. Yep, alright. That's an appropriate way to die, losing to our own Bitter Blossom. Alright. So we have time for one more draft. I don't know that I'm going to play out the games, but I do want to do one more draft here. See if I can put together a sweet artifact deck and maybe do one more match. It's been a long time since we streamed, so I don't mind giving you all a little bit extra time. Alright, let's see if we can find the 3-0 worthy deck here. Yes, it's good. It's good in every format where it's legal, Narcissa, but it's especially it was especially offensive to me in Standard and Historic, where it's like it's further above the power curve in those formats than it is in other formats. Okay, I'll start with Black Lotus again, although this pack actually has at least one card that's close to Black Lotus in the form of Mystic Confluence, which is Baba Baroken. But not quite as broken as Black Lotus, so we're going to take Black Lotus. Alright, Wally 1, enjoy the pizza. Yes, it's the pick is still Lotus, but just knowing that Mystic Confluence is the kind of card that kind of tempts me. Probably could have won that other game if we played it a little better. You heading out, Boo?
Just some errands and to go Whole Foods before they close. Do you want anything?
No, thank you. Alright, we got Repeal Council's Judgment. Yeah, Luris should be in the cube. Luris would be a hilarious card to put in the cube. Golgari Signet, Repeal. Might just say Golgari Signet here, honestly. There are a lot of cards here that are like all pretty medium, and I kind of like the idea of doing something a little bit more artifacty rampy this time, since we did the we did an aggro deck, we did control deck. Let's take Golgari Signet. Fastbond's funny, but not the kind of card I really like taking early. Alright, Primeval Titan looks really good. Plow Under is pretty funny too, but I think this is Primeval Titan. Dak Faden's also really broken. Let's see, Dak Primetime. It's a strong pack. There's a lot of really good cards here. Do we want Primetime or Dak? Dak's more like an artifact deck that we're digging into. Primetime is more of a landy deck. It's a heavier card. This card isn't as good as it looks. The ability is often not that spectacular. Pretty sure it's just Dak. Dak is just so freaking strong when you steal your opponent's mocks. Alright, here we got Sensei's Top, Days, Sword of Feast and Famine. Slowness is a card that does not go into most decks. I mean, Wally 1, Vintage Cube has 7 million good blue cards. Like, most people in Vintage Cube will end up playing some blue in their decks, or at least half the decks will have some blue in them. Passing blue cards is not a consideration for whether you want to keep taking blue cards. Stole a Monkey? Like with the emblem, Briblek? Alright, so we got Days. That's close. Bunch of stuff here is close. I think I just like top. Alright, Duretti looks really fun. Duretti lets us jump into kind of a artifact flavored deck of the kind I really like playing. The best cards in the pack here are like Overgrown Tomb, Arid Mesa. But I do think Duretti is pretty fun. And I hate Splinter Twin. I just find that completely uninteresting to play. I'll do it sometimes, but definitely not in one of my first 3 drafts of the format. Mesa, Duretti, Mesa, Duretti, Mesa, Duretti. I guess Duretti is mostly good with Black Lotus-y type stuff, but it's so much fun. I'll try Duretti. Let's see. I want to do interesting artifact-flavored stuff. Alright, now we got Git Probe or Everflowing Chalice. Oh, Ragavan took Dak. Alright, so had we done Primeval Titan, we could be doing Vastwood Seer, Tireless Tracker type things. Now we're not doing that. I think this is Git Probe over Chalice, actually. Obviously, Chalice fits the artifact theme, but I think it's pretty easy to get like a bunch of 2-mana artifact ramp cards. And Git Probe is the kind of effect that's like kind of irreplaceable. We could also still be Storm. I bet people would want to see me play Storm. So let's take that, see where we go with it. Alright, here we've got a bunch of cards that all point in different directions. Night's Whisper, Solitude, Blood Crypt, Omnath. This thing? Yeah, I think Chalice is the... I think it's close. It's close. It's definitely not Koth. I think it's probably Night's Whisper, although it could be Blood Crypt. I think even if we end up Storm, I'd probably rather have Blood Crypt than Night's Whisper. And now it looks like Boros Signet over Coaster Portal. Yeah, I like the idea of doing something a little bit rampier here. I'm just seeing how that goes. Again, not really trying to optimize for games 1, more like what kind of deck do I feel like playing at this point. Sundering Titan's also Busto with Duretti, of course. You could take Sundering Titan and try to combo off with Sundering Titan, Duretti, Tinker type stuff. That's another option. I feel like there are enough Busto artifacts, and they almost all tend to go late enough that we don't need the Sundering Titan as much as I just wanted the Boros Signet. Or another Signet. Okay, Trinket Mage fetches Lotus, which I think makes that the pretty clear pick. Also fetches Top if we have Lotus already, which is fine. Here we've got nothing spectacular. Beer G is the most stormy of these cards, and I would be interested in trying out the Storm thing. Nature's Claim is solid but unremarkable. Trigon Predator is solid but unremarkable. I don't necessarily want to be green. Let's take Burgee. Burgee interests me. Alright. Razorverge, Thicket, Nykthos. Let's take Yawgmoth here. Probably not going to end up using it. We can take it. Okay, turnabout. Valky or Shallowgrave. Shallowgrave is... I guess Valky's not unreasonable. Siege Gang. Bloodthirsty Adversary. So, mostly looking to be Storm adjacent, but this deck is going to be kind of defined by what win conditions we find. Okay, so I thought about taking Shallowgrave in case we get something like an Emrakul or a Kozilek. We have hit Kozilek. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be Tolarian Academy? There's always the chance you wheel Tolarian Academy, but I don't think we want to be gambling on that here. I think we just should be taking Academy. And then looking to grab Harpy of Spring on the wheel, perhaps? Or like Vendilion Click or something like that. Well, we're not going to wheel Vendilion Click, but we could wheel Sylvan Carry added. That's another option. I'm going to take Tolarian Academy. I just feel like playing big mana artifacty stuff. I think the late Burrow Signet, the Wheeled Trinket Mage are signs that people might let us do artifacty things. Past in Flames, that's cute. That's going to wheel though for sure. Past in Flames always wheels. So this is Glenelend or Archmage. Or Gruul Signet, but I think Archmage is strong enough that you should just take Archmage. Archmage also sets up and makes it really easy to crush people who are trying to counter your spells. Our enemies. This is looking like Upheaval, Ugin, or Basalt Monolith. Couple good options here. There's no Infi comb with Basalt Monolith in this cube, as far as I know. Although, of course, it's really good with Turnabout. Upheaval's cool, but I think... Let's see, Monolith does wheel a lot. What do y'all think, chat? Upheaval or Monolith? I don't think it's Ugin. I think Ugin is not quite game-winning enough in this cube. Upheaval, Monolith, Upheaval, Monolith, Upheaval, Monolith. Alright, people seem to like Upheaval. We'll do that. Alright, here we've got Treachery. Mana Flare, which is another Heartbeat of Spring type effect. Gush, which is pretty fun in the Stormy decks. This is probably just Treachery. Treachery is just kind of broken. It's like not as good as some of these other things with our synergies or whatever, but it's probably just Treachery. I mean, we're not necessarily doing Storm things yet. We might just be doing ramp and play powerful cards. Because I'm just not seeing any Storm cards yet. I think it's just Treachery. I think Treachery is just powerful. It's also, of course, busted with Tolarian Academy from time to time. We got the Eldritch Moon specialty here. Cemetery Protector and Hallinal. There's also Armageddon. Armageddon's definitely fun with the artifact deck. We only have 2 Signets so far, plus Lotus, but could go in an Armageddon direction. Oh, and Torrens. Look at that. Triple Eldritch Moon. Search for Tomorrow's okay. Empty the Warrens is a Storm card. It's not a very good Storm card, though. It is pretty funny with Yawgmoth. I could just take Empty. I mean, that sounds amusing, Mongoose. I wouldn't be opposed to that. It would depend, I guess, on who was running it and what was in it for me. Greetings, Kozilek. Alright, we'll just take Empty the Wardens. There are probably several better cards in that pack, but Empty the Warden seems like it could be fun. This is definitely Emery with Black Lotus. Or is it Goblin Welder? No, Emery's just better than Goblin Welder. What we're doing, we're not reanimating any big artifacts yet. So Slam Jam the Emery. Gosh, Welder is sweet though. We don't really have much in the way of like scrap artifacts that we're generating. Welder's much better if you can just like be putting random artifacts into the battlefield. Maybe it is Welder. Genuinely don't know. These cards seem pretty close to me. Let's say Emery. Goldspan Dragon. Palinchron. There are multiple heartbeat effects in this cube. I think this is just Duretti, though. Duretti making a bunch of artifacts seems really good with Yawgmoth and Duretti. Other Duretti, that is. And I think we're, like, not quite doing Palinchron things at this point. Lotus Bloom. Well, Lotus Bloom is really busted with Duretti. And Emery. Well, not Emery. I guess Lotus Bloom is a card that makes Welder better. We might even wheel Welder, though. There's also Solemn here. So we got Solemn, Simulacrum, and Lotus Bloom as, like, potential options. You know, I think I'm just going to try and be a decent human being and take Solemn. Bloom is more fun, but I think Solemn is just solid. All right, Lion's Eye Diamond is really only going to be good if we hit exactly Yawgmoth's Will. Or I guess we could hit Echo of Eons as well. Heartbeat of Spring works if we can wheel Palinchron. It's good with Turnabout. We have to play some green to do this. It's like an incredibly risky choice. Both these are risky choices. Underworld Breach is not going to be an option. I guess we'll take Heartbeat. We might take Mana Flare as well. And then we got kind of a stew going. Imperial Seal, Past in Flames. So we really don't have rituals at the moment, which is a problem. Like, stuff like Past in Flames is much better when we have rituals. We really don't. I should have just taken LED. This isn't really looking like a classic Storm deck. Past in Flames works with Turnabout, and that's about it. I can take Imperial Seal. I don't know if we're going to play it, but it seems more likely to do something. This is just PNK. It's on theme. This is looking like Showdown of the Scalds over Yorion, I think, in terms of, like, it's a 4-mana draw 4. Requires us to play white, but we've already got the Boros Signet. We have no lands, which is an issue, but I think this is still better than anything else in the pack. Sure, I'll take Helena and Elena. Goblin Welder did wheel. Alright, that's really big. And now, of course, I wish even more that I had taken that Lotus Bloom. That Heartbeat of Spring pick was terrible. We lost a lot of potential sweetness when we did that. We didn't get Palinchron back. We didn't get Mana Flare back. Somebody else is probably taking all the Storm cards. So we're going to need to kind of hack together a deck. Fractured Identity seems like a pretty good way to start hacking together a deck. If we have Showdown of the Scalds and we're trying to play white already. There's also Worn Power Stone. We have no lands, really. We got to be pretty careful about how we're actually doing our colors. So before we expand to Fractured Identity, the other options would be to take something like Inferno Titan. I think Fractured Identity is sufficiently better than Inferno Titan that I'm supposed to just take it. Worn Power Stone's also interesting, but I think I need more cards that actually do things. So we're looking for lands, a couple more Signet type cards. I'm trying to remember what I took over Everflowing Chalice. What did I take over Everflowing Chalice? Was it Treachery? It was Git Probe. Okay, I wish this were a Chalice now. Okay, that's Palace Jailer. That's Library of Alexandria. We're way too late for High Tide. Mirari's Wake does not seem like it's going to work either. That is a good way to put this draft, Geneticist. This is kind of a train wreck. I mean, Palace Jailer is busted. On turn 3, it's really busted. We could maybe put together enough interaction, enough blockers to make this card work. At which point it's just better than Library of Alexandria. Of course, Library is still busted as hell. Wheel of Fortune could be kind of funny if we were doing this. We just don't have that much ramp right now. We don't actually have that much ramp, and we're looking more like just a value deck, which is horrible, but I think we gotta accept that this is just a horrible situation now. I really should have taken that Lotus Bloom. Winter Orb, Tezzeret the Seeker land tax. Renin 6 doesn't do anything. I guess it's just Watery Grave. Like, this isn't even looking like a deck that gets to play Tolarian Academy right now, which is sad. I think it's just Watery Grave and try to recover the ability to play reasonable Magic cards. Okay, this looks like Plateau. Over Courtyard, Grave Titan, Dismember. A little bit too late for Mind's Desire. Are we a Thran Dynamo deck? Are we playing a Barrage? Shark Typhoon? Yes, we could have gone all out. So if we had been going all out Storm, we would now be rewarded with a Mind's Desire finally, like 4 picks before it was too late. But unfortunately, we couldn't have predicted that we were going to get this Mind's Desire in time. Taiga does nothing. We're not playing any green cards. Probably just going to try and do something with Thran Dynamo here, I would think. Okay, Time Spiral. Alright, yeah, so the Storm cards eventually came around. It was a little too late. Tanglewire is very good with Duretti and Goblin Welder. You can just kind of keep bringing it back. You can sack it when it's done, bring something back. There's also Elder Gargroth we can't cast. Faithbound Judge is terrible. Vraska is okay, but we're looking really heavy at the 4 slot right now. We don't have any green. There's also Ashiok. We could just take Ashiok. Let's just take Ashiok. Ashiok just wins games by herself, by themselves, I guess. Yawgmoth's Will. Yawgmoth's Will is sexy. Gosh, would have been sexy if we had been in the Heartbeat of Spring plan. I think it's too late for us now. If we had LED and Lotus Bloom. Hoo boy. This is just Shelldock then, yeah? It's like out and out powerful card. Skull Clamp's broken with Duretti, but we don't really have much else that works with it. It's good with PN Kieran as well, I guess. And Siege Gang. I could just take Skull Clamp. It's good with Goblin Welder. It's good with Empty the Warrens. It's good with Thran Dynamo. There's Brain Freeze. Oh, goodness. Alright. If we just had access to this Brain Freeze early, this would have been a real different draft. I think this is probably just Lightning Bolt then. Brain Freeze is definitely a funny sideboard card against some people. Let's take Bolt. Keep us alive. And Inspiring Vantage. Given we're trying to cast Palace Jailer in our deck, I think it's Inspiring Vantage. Drifting Cloudskate's not bad, but it's not great. Let's take that. Library of Alexandria Wield. Library of Alexandria Wield, huh? I mean, I'll take a Library of Alexandria. I think that card seems good enough to be worth trying. You have to play some tap lands, but you get to draw 2 extra cards. Oh, there was a Tendrils earlier too, huh? It's like all the Storm cards were just in the last pack. That's really unfortunate. I mean, yeah, Brilek, it's not always good, but it is extremely good when it's good. You should absolutely take Library here. Don't think that's in doubt. Let's keep taking lands. Slam a Braid. Biblioplex. Alright, well, we came up with a deck at the end. The deck can do some things. I'll definitely play out at least one match with this. It looks funny. Alright, this is going to be one of those that we kind of have to build like a sealed deck, which is not something that often happens to me in Vintage Cube, but I think we're there. The real question is, can we play... I forget you can just do this. That's convenient. The real question is, can we play Tolarian Academy? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 artifacts, one of which is Black Lotus. We've got Duretti, which can pump out artifact tokens. And we've got Pia and Kira Nalar, which can pump out artifact tokens. We got Trinket Mage, which sort of ups our virtual artifact total. How are we winning games? There's a question. I think we're just trying to win games like a good control deck, rather than with any crazy combo stuff. Like, Ashiok is a win condition, Fractured Identity is a win condition. Valky can theoretically be a win condition, Palace Jailer is kind of a win condition. I definitely want this, 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 this. All of these, really. All the artifacts are good. Welder with Black Lotus is too powerful not to do. Git Probe is always playable. Emery with Lotus is too powerful not to try as well, I think. Trinket Mage with Lotus is really good. Lenolender Archmage is really good. Treachery is really good. Dak is really good. Bolt is really good. Abrade is really good. Pia and Kieran seems good enough. I don't know that Duretti ends up making it. The whole, like... I think it's Goblin Welder, but 4 mana probably isn't good enough. Yes, all the 3 mana Planeswalkers are good. I'm willing to go that far. Fractured Identity definitely comes in. So we're now at... Assuming we're playing another 7 lands, or another 9 lands here. We got 3 more playables to fit in. I don't think we're doing Empty the Warrens. I don't think we're doing Bloodthirsty Adversary. Upheaval is okay. It's going to be, like, easier for opponents to recover from this than for us to recover from this sometimes, but it's also a pretty good way to take advantage of a turn where you're, like, using Goblin Welder to get back Black Lotus. Do we have enough white mana to actually play the white cards? We took 3 different white dual lands, and we have a white Signet, and we have Black Lotus, so probably. And we're playing Fractured Identity anyway. And given they have Trinket Mage to search for Black Lotus as well, I think we can get away with playing Palace Jailer. I don't think we're playing Yawgmoth. I think double black is too much. I think black is basically a splash for Duretti and Valky. Which leaves us with 1 more playable to fit in. Could be Siege Gang, could be Upheaval, could be Tidehollow Sculler. That's a good point. Tidehollow Sculler is an artifact. It's a fragile one. It's not one you want to be sacrificing, but it's like gonna be castable on turn 2 sometimes, which is not nothing. Tidehollow Sculler is definitely a possibility. We also desperately need more cheap cards. Let's try Tide Sculler. So we end up with a pretty awkward mana base altogether. We got 1 blue source. We definitely need more blue than this. I think we can get away with having a bit less red. Try this. Alright, so once again we built a deck that's like an example of an archetype, but it's not necessarily a good example of the archetype. We didn't commit quite hard enough, and we weren't thinking enough about actual win conditions. Like, this deck with a Sundering Titan would be much better. We just didn't see any other good artifacts past that. We didn't see a Tinker. We didn't get any, like, Moxen. We weren't seeing any Signets after, you know, if we had the Everflowing Chalice, I'd also feel better about this. But, you know, we have the Black Lotus. We have the Goblin Welder. We have some broken draws we can put together. We'll have to see what happens. We may end up putting Upheaval in this deck as well at some point, just to recover from games where our opponents are actually doing things while we set up. No, Jared, we got into a top deck war and lost with the last deck. Went 2-1. Yeah, the 3 mana Planeswalkers are definitely encouraging. If we can just like curve a removal spell or a hand disruption spell into a 3 mana Planeswalker, that'll win some fraction games by itself. It was a pretty clear 2-1 deck to me, Jared. If your cube deck is playing 1 Signet and 5 5-drops, that's usually a sign that you're gonna have some awkward draws, which we did. And like our synergy, like Flicker Wisp, Orion type cards didn't have quite enough things to blink. Oh, just killed all the threats, and that was that. Okay, this is functional. This has our colors. It's got a Valky, which might do something. This is one of the cards in Magic. Okay. All right. Well, if we lose this one, it's not the deck's fault. Heh. Kind of geneticist. Oh, all right. Well, yep. That's pretty good. We'll see if we can, I guess, steal a march on them with treachery or copy something really good with Valky, I guess. Opponent has chosen to commit. Opponent's choice to commit seems likely to pay off. We can't even fracture identity this, chat. If we fracture identity this, it just becomes the same thing. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Very scary. At least our deck isn't capable of gaining life anyway. Also, Trinket Mage for Black Lotus could do something. Okay, well, opponent. I guess we're gonna trade with Bloodthirsty Adversary here. We can counter Fire Blast if it comes to that. All right, what's next? They just ripped. Oh, they just ripped Rampaging Ferocidon off the top of their deck. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god. Maybe we can treachery this in a second, I guess. We're like still not out of this just because Trinket Mage for Black Lotus is such a busted thing to do. Goblin Welder also not bad. I mean, we definitely Trinket Mage. Trinket Mage definitely goes and gets Black Lotus. The question is, what do I do now? I could play Goblin Welder off of Black Lotus. Puts us to literal 1. I don't think I can afford to do that. I think we gotta Treachery the Ferocidon next turn. And then play Glenlander Archmage and hope that somehow works out. I don't think I play the Black Lotus now. They could have artifact removal. Birdluck, I don't understand why that would happen. Alright, if they can just draw a land this turn, that would be fine. That would be well and good. So we go to 8. Sulfuric Vortex puts us to 6. I mean, we're just dead, though. This is a little too fast. Darn. It is encouraging that our deck could potentially compete with what they did, had they not top-decked the Ferocidon there. DRC is fine. They're going to go to 13. Okay. So I'm going to have to do... take some damage. Mountain's not going to help, so... we only win this if our opponent's asleep at the wheel, but we are going to have to at least test them. So let's try this. Okay, opponent has chosen violence targeting me. Is this targeting me? It is definitely targeting me. Alright. They got it. Alright. Awkward. So, opponent is mono red. Definitely not going to want upheaval in this matchup. Vraska seems interesting if we can cast her, but we really can't. So it's kind of a moot point. 3 mana 3/3 seems kind of okay. 2 mana 2/2 might even be okay. I like the idea of just racing them with some of our stuff. I think Tide Hollow Skiller seems pretty bad. I like just a 2/2 haste. I like a 3/3. Do I like this more than Thran Dynamo? Maybe not. How does Emery make me feel? Get Probe seems terrible. Get Probe's just losing 2 life for no reason. We'll put that in instead. And yep, at least we don't have any cards in our sideboard that gain life. So we're not wasting our time with that. Alright, let's try this. Alright, it's got some removal. It's got a Valky. Try it out. Pog, no Lotus. You'd love to see it. Ooh, Blue Source. You'd love to see that too. It's possible this should have just been a Braid. But I kind of want to see what's going on in their hand before I make those kinds of decisions. Thundermaw Hellkite. Emberth Shieldbreaker, Eidolon of the Great Revel, Seasoned Pyromancer. Suppose we'll just take Eidolon? Is there any world where I'm not blocking Monastery Swiftspear next turn? If I don't block Monastery Swiftspear, yeah, I like the idea of not letting them do Eidolon stuff here. This hand is not that scary. This is like way less scary than some of the hands they could have had. Like, I am actually totally down to let them hit me here. And like, if I just follow up with a 3 mana 3/3, we're already in reasonable shape at that point. Like, we're going to play a 2/1? They played a 2/1. That's fine. So now we have the choice. We can play Birgi or we can play Ashiok. I think it's Birgi to stabilize first before we get Ashiok down. Because that lets us curve Ashiok Lightning Bolt next turn if we don't hit a land. Okay, they found their land. Seasoned Pyro's down. How many tokens are we going to make? Are we going to get rid of Thundermaw Hellkite and make some tokens, buddy? I'd be into that. Okay. Chandra's still around and definitely threatening, but Ashiok is fully capable of outracing Chandra. Palace Jailer. Alright, Ashiok it is. Happy New Year, Gravidad. Let's start stealing their stuff. We stole Layla, great. Chain Lightning and Incinerate also gone, and now we're going to bolt. Who's getting bolted? I think Monastery Swiftspear's getting bolted here. I guess that does generate more mana. Can't do anything with it, though. So they can go Chandra, Bolt Birgi, but then they have the awkward choice of do they attack with everything at Ashiok to try and kill it, or do they hold something back to block for Chandra? Probably not on January 1st, Geneticist. That's all I would have to say about that. Okay, or they could just be missing their fourth land. Missing their fourth land seems good to me. It's not Eidolon, it's Layla. Layla. We're gonna block you, I guess. Okay. They want to burn a lightning bolt on Ashiok here, that's also fine. Flame Tongue Yearling, what do you do? Okay, just kills Birgi, that's fine. They've still got 4 cards in hand after all that. Oh, because one of them's Eidolon. And Grim Lavamancer. Alright. Sure. Alright, now the question is, do I try and keep Ashiok going? I think the answer is no way. I don't think that works. I think we've got to hit him with Layla and try to get good stuff going with Layla here. Like, I definitely need to hit a land off of Layla or something like that, or give myself the chance to hit a land off of Layla. So what does she do? She says, whenever cards are put from into exile from my library or graveyard. Okay, I don't think I have anything that does the exile from graveyard. Okay, we hit Tolarian Academy, which is interesting. They are not blocking. Okay. So I get to go Academy into Boros Signet. And there's a lot of potential here. There's a lot of potential. We only know Chandra as far as cards in their hand. We've got Palace Jailer ready to go next turn, potentially. Alright, do I braid something in response to Eidolon coming down? I think I'm going to go ahead and abrade the Lavamancer in response to Eidolon coming down here. They're going to bolt me, which is fine. I'm okay going to 12. Like, Layla races real fast. Layla could kill them out of nowhere here. This might be a matchup where Palace Jailer is supposed to come out, I'm now thinking, like for Siege Gang Commander. Like, they have a lot more creatures than I realized from that first game. Yeah, at least not trying to kill Layla was strange to me. We would have raided and stopped their double block from working. Okay, found a land again. Cool. Get to hit him for 4. Now, do I play Jailer? I don't think I'm supposed to play Jailer. I think we're just supposed to play Solemn. Can I play Solemn and Jailer? Not quite. Academy doesn't quite work like that. Alright. Pull out an island, I guess. We've got double red, triple white. Actually, a mountain seems better, because that way I can do Piakir and stuff. We're almost doing it, Briblek. We're trying to do it. I don't know that we're successfully doing it. Given that our opponent's hand contains at least 2 spells besides Chandra, and now they have access to Chandra, we may not be doing it. We'll have to see what this looks like. Here she comes, here she comes. Alright. Chandra and what? Are we killing Layla? If they're just killing Layla, we could maybe catch them off guard with Palace Jailer. Double red, alright. Does that kill Layla? Wow, okay. Opponent actually putting themselves in potentially a perilous position. A potentially plausibly perilous position here. If we can hit them once with Layla... But now they can just kind of sit back on this wall of creatures. They're not doing that. They're attacking with Flame Tongue Yearling. I'm exquisitely happy to block that. Get my card. Emery, interesting. Okay. So... I guess I'm going to go for... I've already cast a Braden Bolt this game. I wouldn't call it a misplay. I mean, if they had tried to kill Layla, we just abraded their double block and wouldn't have... I mean, if they killed Layla there, yes, we'd... In that case, Jailer is staring at him, but they can't possibly know we have Jailer. Alright, so we jail... Take out an elemental token. This is actually wrong. This is wrong. I should be attacking with Layla first. We might hit something we can't cast now. Or like a black card, for example. Attack Chandra, force the block. We hit Dak Faden. Okay, Dak Faden steals Shrine of Burning Rage. That's actually not bad at all. Dak Faden steals Shrine of Burning Rage, and then I get to cast Emery. This could work. This could legit work. I do take 2. But we take that. We cast Emery for 1 mana, and we have 2 artifacts. Oh, Eidolon is 3 or less. I really thought this was 2 or less. But then it activated on Dak, so I should have known better. Okay. Draw a card. It's a land. Treachery's in my graveyard now. Bloodthirsty Adversary is also in my graveyard. That's one of the cards that could deal some surprise damage. Opponent can take the Monarch back, but if they take the Monarch back, I get to hit them with Layla, which, given that we have Shrine of Burning Rage and a Dak to filter, does not make them safe at all. Palace Jailer's gone. Okay. And... they have another 4-mana spell. That's ominous. Alright. Strong play. Will chump. Not loving our chances in game 3, but we might be able to take this one. Let's see how this goes. Block the hell out of you, my friend. A lot of the cards left in my deck are kind of do-nothing artifacts, which is unfortunate. They also got the Monarch back, which is not good. Yeah, it was just a rough hand for them there. Okay, we activate Shrine. We get Shrine going. Need to, like, live one more turn here. Plateau not helpful. Alright, Dak. Help me out here, buddy. Black Lotus and Doretti. Well, discard. I think we have to attack them with Layla. They've got down to the Bugbear. This is going to be so difficult. Okay, let's say we don't attack them with Layla. If I play Doretti, I go to 4. Chandra puts me to 2, and down the Bugbear just kills me. Yeah, I think we gotta hit them with Layla and pray that we draw something off of Layla. I'm not sure what I'm hoping to draw off of Layla, but we gotta hit something. Wally 1, why not attack Chandra? Wally! We're at 6! We're gonna die next turn. We gotta kill them. They've got this and this and this all hitting us. Even if we block Hazaret, they can still throw something at us, and we're gonna take 6 damage. We need to have a chance of actually killing them, I think. We can use Shrine to kill a creature. If we attack Chandra, use Shrine to kill a creature, does that give us a chance? Maybe? 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 Maybe you're right. Attack Chandra, we stay at 6. We see what we hit off of Layla. We cast Already, we can Shrine the Eidolon, play Black Lotus. Chump block Hazaret. The other problem is they keep the Monarch. We could also kill... Yeah, I'm trying to think what cards I have in Medic that I can actually hit off of Layla here. There's like... Yeah, I think we gotta kill them here. I'm not sure we have the tools to do it, but we might have like some red card draw that I'm not thinking of. Like Horn of Harnfell, Horn of Bounty might do it. No, we have Vergy in the graveyard. Alright, I think we gotta... What do I have to do realistically? I have to cast like 3 red spells? 4 red spells? It's too many red spells. I can't cast that many red spells. No, I don't think there's a real chance here, but... Yeah, see what we exile. We hit Goblin Welder. That's a red spell, technically. It's a cheap red creature. I get to take the Monarch back. I go cast Goblin Welder. Nah, I'm dead. There's nothing I can do here. We can Duretti, kill Eidolon, play Goblin Welder, have a chump blocker, but we're just dead to Chandra plus Hazaret here. And we can put them to 2 off of Shrine. We can't kill them. Alright, yeah, Mono Red was always going to be kind of rough for this deck. We just don't have life gain, we don't have much board interaction. Our last deck would have loved to play Mono Red, but didn't quite have him there. It's closer than I expected, though. Alright, let's try another one. It's definitely a fun deck to play. I like this style of deck a lot. It's just tough when your opponent's doing rude things like casting spells and attacking with creatures. Honestly, it's offensive. It's shameful. Okay, I am into turn 1 library. Let's dance. I'm not going to get probe yet. We could just do it next turn and not pay life. If we don't hit a red source for Goblin Welder. But yeah, so people are saying, oh, library can be bad against aggro, but if you draw it like this and your opponent's turn 1 play is Island, you're just going to win the game. In most circumstances, in most cases, at that point. Like, what the hell are they going to do from here? Like, our land drew a card. Our land drew a card. Brainstorm. Rude. Leyline of win the game. It's not wrong. It's not wrong. Okay. Ooh, Sensei's Divining Top is a fantastic hit also. Just turbo out that Emery. Den of the Bugbear, Suspicious Story. Alright, opponent's actually trying to do stuff. To their credit. Alright, we've now seen that in that. So now I just get to go... Land. Draw a card. My land drew me 2 cards. I could steal Suspicious Stowaway. Do I want to steal Suspicious Stowaway with Valky? Nah, I don't especially think so. Let's play the Signet. Next turn, our land will have drawn us 3 cards. Yep, Wally One Eye. I don't know what's in their deck, but it does seem wise. Maybe they have a Splinter Twin combo they're just trying to ramp to. Okay, Worn Power Stone. So we know most of their cards. Draw a card. Ooh, do I braid their Worn Power Stone? I think I do braid their Worn Power Stone. Kind of don't like the idea of giving them this much mana, even though it means I play Ashiok a turn later. Nice. Now we get the nice. Alright, finally willing to go to 5 cards in hand. But Library of Alexandria drawing me 3 cards was enough, and we did put the Black Lotus in the graveyard, which is fun. So our opponent had better have some removal for this Emery, or things are going to get difficult fast. Lodestone Golem, that doesn't do that much. But good try. Emery Lotus is pretty nice, gotta say. Oh, whoops, hold on. Hold on a minute there. I'll take that one. And play this one. And let's see what's in their deck. Solemn Simulacrum, Phantasmal Image. Good to know, good to know. They can activate Down the Bugbear and take the Monarch back, but I don't care about them spending their whole turn doing that. They're welcome to try. Especially since I can literally just Phantasmal Image Palace Jailer even if I couldn't attack them. Yeah, we seem to be in reasonable shape. Ancestral Vision, okay. So we know they're... I guess they played both those islands now. Skull Clamp, right, I forgot we had that too. Doesn't seem so necessary at this point. Sorry, Noob Noob. Not, I mean, probably Alchemy, hopefully with some draft as well. Alright, how are we going to do this? We have 7 million ways to do this. I guess we will... I would like to keep plussing Ashiok and not use Phantasmal Image here, even though we could. What else do we hit? We hit Force of Will, some islands, a Sword of Fire and Ice. Okay, not seeing any evidence of like Splinter Twin combo type stuff yet. I don't even know what I'm doing this turn. I think we'll just tap everything, play Treachery, untap some things, go along from there. See what's going on in that hand. Suspicious Stowaway, Inkwell, Leviathan. Alright, maybe they have Tinker? I don't know. I don't really care. Oh, I could also just play Valky. Could have played Valky at some point this turn, but whatever. Doesn't really matter. I'm just having fun here. Mine, thank you. Any order for those, I guess. Always fun to remember that Goblin Welder can literally can do this with stuff with your opponent as well. Like we could kill their Hangerback Walker if we wanted to and give them back the Warden Power Stone. That doesn't seem like the way to do it though. I can just sack their Lodestone Golem, which seems fun. I could put a Skull Clamp on Tide Hollow Sculler and sack it to kind of get through my other stuff. Let's start with plus Ashiok. We hit Thirst, Duretti, Inspired Idea. Okay, Duretti's a way to get back in Leviathan. We're just gonna kill them with Mill here, I think, but let's see. I guess we'll start here. Put Skull Clamp on Lodestone Golem. Choose Lodestone Golem and what does this do? In that player's graveyard. So it's got to be this one, right? Okay. Oh, whoops. Should have done that in the other order so I wouldn't draw those lands. Not that it's going to matter, but should have done the other order. Yeah, we have many different things we could be doing here. Guess it's good to remember Suspicious Stowaway can't be blocked. We are at 15, so I think we're safe, but alright, let's take out the Hangerback Walker, I guess. We'll just recast it for 1 mana. And attack with some creatures, why not? Could they have been dead by now? Possibly. Alright, they have some big spell. Genesis, they're both fun designs. Walking Ballista was like a little obnoxious in some formats, but Hangerback Walker was a fun standard card. Okay, they found a big thing. What are they doing with this big thing? So we can Phantasmal Image that for whatever that's worth. We can also just Phantasmal Image the Palace Jailer to take it out. There's not really any way they can spread this damage to matter. It's not a bad attempt. We're gonna take the Monarch back, sure. You got it, bud. All right. So, how do we want to start this off? Probably with Sensei's Top. Oh yeah, Fractured Identity. That one's not bad either. Okay. See a few more cards in the opponent's deck. I guess we can actually just kill them. We could kill them by Phantasmal Imaging their Inferno Titan, but I'd rather get a little bit of a sense of what's in their deck. Time Warp, Show and Tell, okay. That's fair, Geneticist. That's fair. Actually, we get them with Bolt here. Do we get them with Bolt here? We're one off of getting them with Bolt. That's fine. Okay, so notable cards to remember. They've got Force of Will. They've got Show and Tell. Not much I can do about Show and Tell, I suppose. I think I just keep my deck as is here. Could consider Upheaval. Our opponent didn't have that much in the way of counter magic aside from the Force of Will, and they seem like they're kind of playing to the board a bit. I think they had enough Bolt targets. Let's see, they had Phantasmal Image, they had Solemn Simulacrum. Maybe they don't have enough Bolt targets. I could just cut Bolt for Upheaval. Seems reasonable enough. Yeah, Show Until Inferno Titan is one of the ways we could lose, but we don't really have much that stops that. Okay, Black Lotus, Upheaval, Ashiok, Linalendra. That seems good enough. I think we can make something work. And they mulliganed, so opponent having Force of Will in hand seems like not too much of a risk. Alright. So we could go turn 1 Thran Dynamo Golgari Signet, or we could go turn 1 Ashiok. Probably Thran Dynamo Golgari Signet's going to be just a little better, I think. Okay. It's daytime. Put him under some pressure. We stole Inkwell Leviathan. Okay. That's one potential Show and Tell target turned off. Ancient Tomb. It's not bad. Jite. That's also not bad. Okay. Jite is pretty annoying for me to deal with. I can kill it with Duretti. It's still a pain in the neck. Makes it so Suspicious Stowaway could be a threat to Ashiok in the future. Makes it hard to use Glenelender Archmage for much. playing Jite. I still don't have that many creatures, but it makes me wonder if maybe I'm supposed to be playing Bolt. Island's a really good draw. Island actually means I can just cast Upheaval. I don't know that I want to. I mean, certainly not yet, I guess. Okay, we hit Brazen Borrower, and I can only cast... I can't, I'm just putting it into play, I'm not casting it. I think we'll save the Upheaval for next turn, just go ahead and play Glenelend or Archmage out. Ancestral Vision doesn't quite come off yet. So they have to choose between dealing a lot of damage to Ashiok this turn and actually getting to resolve a non-creature spell this turn. You don't get to do both. Sure. Okay. Looks like they have chosen this path. Alright. Chosen the dual path, but they can't Force of Will me anymore. So unless they have a counterspell I don't know about, Upheaval probably just gets them here. We'll start here. Should have attacked them, I guess. I should attack them? Yeah, I guess I should attack them. No harm in it. Alright, we're on the play. Opponent's not going to be able to do that much with these extra cards right now, which is fun. Going first. That's the motto. We do need to find our third land at some point, but got a bit of time to do that, I would say. Puts us in a better position to maybe use Palace Jailer at least. Yeah, I'm glad we made the substitution. And not just because we didn't draw any red mana this game. Boros Signet's a terrific draw. We're definitely going to do that now. Means we don't get to cast Ashiok next turn, but I'd much rather be able to cast a ready and just kill something if it comes to that. Or even Palace Jailer if we get really lucky. If they have Force of Will in hand, that could be dangerous. That's the thing that maybe concerns me most. Because we know they have a Jace to exile, so we'll see. Okay, land is good. Let's go with... I guess we're just Signet to ready. Hope it works. Oh, no, they found the Forcefell? Okay. Not bad, not bad. That keeps them in the game. What did they exile? They exiled Jace. Okay. So we knew about this mountain. They equipped Jite with... Okay. Yeah. Planning on casting other spells. That's good. Alright, so we could find a white source. We could find an Abrade. We could find Treachery. All sorts of stuff we could find here. Oh, they flipped this thing. That's not bad. Sensei's top is not very good, huh? Alright, what's the move now? I guess we go... Probably Sensei's top dig for a Braid is the move? Can't quite Sensei... I can Sensei's top dig for white source also, actually. Yeah, let's do that. Sensei's top... Dig for white. Found Emery Mountain Island. None of this helps me. Awkward. Alright. Is there anything I want to draw next turn? Not particularly. Alright, we might be dying to this Jite. Can't Ashiok my own library. I don't have any way to shuffle. Do I want to hit a land drop this turn? I kind of want to hit a land drop this turn. Cast Thran Dynamo? I think that's got to be it. This gives me enough mana to do the Sensei's Divine Top Shuffle again next turn with a bunch of more mana. Potentially find an answer that I missed the first time. Opponent getting pretty aggressive here. Hardenfell. Okay, you know what? It's one of the best things they could have played for 5 mana. I was worried they were going to play a creature, which would make Palace Jailer much worse. I am totally fine with Hardenfell Horn of Bounty coming down. Let's see if whatever the new thing is on top of my deck helps me. Plains? Hey, there we go. Love to see it. That is very helpful. Not a guaranteed win by any means, but very helpful. And we are putting them low enough in their library that they're going to have a hard time using Hardenfell much, which is really nice. We hit Solemn, we hit Mountain to Ready, okay. We also hit Time Warp earlier, which is great. They're not cast Inferno Titan this turn, which is, dare I say, great. Okay, got him. All right, last match. See if we can get 3 consecutive 2-1s here, chat. Thanks for hanging out this long, by the way, for anyone who's here. Yeah, this is my favorite deck of the 3 to play for sure. Just these quirky little combos getting set up. I hate the effect that Sensei's Divining Top has on games, but I do love Sensei's Divining Top when I'm using it. This deck is what I call a Nate Prodzik deck, named after the person who maybe influenced my approach to Magic more than any other person. I really wish more people had heard of Nate. Nate is a treasure. Nate would build these crazy 1v1 commander decks back when that was still a format of Magic Online, and they would just be these like weirdo, like before Uro existed, before Wilderness Reclamation existed, before Magic was all about generating lots of resources. Nate was the resource guy. Nate just created these weird decks that just existed to kind of generate lots of cardboard and then somehow do something with it that would beat you. And it was very different than the approaches that everybody else was taking in that format at that time. His decks were like, you know, next level. The idea being if you just make enough mana, you can figure out how to beat somebody eventually. And I learned so much from him. I feel like that was really influential in me building Lucky Clover decks. Alright, can't play any of these cards, but I have a Skull Clamp. Outs to Ashiok. Do I keep this? I think this hand has enough outs that I'm supposed to keep it. It's like a little unclear, but... If I hit Goblin Welder, I can turn to drawing 2 cards. If I hit any Signet, the hand's great. Hit a blue source, you can cast Ashiok early, which is good. Alright, we hit the Signet. Nice. Looking real good. That's a turn 3 Palace Jailer. Hopefully the opponent just jams a critter here. Sure. Discards Grizzlebrand. Alright, so the fact that the opponent discarded Grizzlebrand there definitely makes me want to hold off on Palace Jailer for a turn. I would rather make sure we can remove their first reanimated threat. Grizzlebrand can certainly draw a lot of cards, but it's a bit of a double-edged sword against Ashiok. Liliana, okay. Liliana is not exceptionally threatening in this position. Taxian Probe is nice. Let's see what's going on in there. Alright, what you got? Grave Titan, Bone Shredder, Shriekmaw, Bribery, Woestrider Island. So no reanimation. Bitter Removal. Bribery, which can't be cast for a bit. So I think I'm just going to jam all my stuff here. Which I can do because Tolarian Academy makes 2 mana. Thank you, Tolarian Academy, for being broken. Wait a minute. Now we can do this. Yeah, I think the other Solemn probably has the better art there, but they're using the classic kind of person's face on it art, which I can respect that approach as well. Alright, so we just get to go Palazzo Jailer, start drawing extra cards. Alright, we took Recurring Nightmare out of their deck. That's a good start. And they can choose to either kill Palace Jailer this turn or cast a creature that can actually attack me this turn. I guess Bone Shredder technically does both, but is also kind of weak. Nice Thoughtseize. Good try. Alright. Trying to set up an attack for next turn. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll work. Are they just not activating Liliana straight up? Okay, that's what I thought. Glenelendra Archmage is a fantastic draw. Git Probe, Monk's Emerald Swamp. Alright, not having great luck in hitting actual stuff with Ashiok, but that's fine. Slam Glen down here. And I guess we go ahead and equip Skull Clamp to Palace Jailer. Attack Liliana. And then post-combat, we'll equip the Skull Clamp to Glenelendra. This means that if they want to kill Glenelendra, we draw 2 cards, and Glenelendra comes back to block and save us the Monarchy. We can still sack Palace Jailer if they downtick Liliana. They basically can only cast 1 spell next turn. They would need to draw like a cheap removal spell to have a hope of actually getting through to us. So we get to do this. Fracture Identity is a good draw. Okay. Sack Jailer, and that way they can't kill Glenn. They do have a Grave Titan, which would be something I could kind of worry about in a distant sense if I didn't have Fractured Identity, but I do. Shriekmaw could get them the Monarchy next turn, but that's going to be too late. Actually, I guess we just let them have the Monarchy here. I didn't take any of their creatures, so we can let them have the Monarch, they draw a card, I hit them back with Glenelendra, I draw a card, then I can clamp Glenelendra to draw 2 more cards. That seems good. This game would be much more locked up if I had Upheaval in my deck somewhere, compared to Lightning Bolt. Worth noting. Probably will make that swap. Okay. Ooh, Valky could be pretty good. Wow, I'm just missing every time with the Sashiok. That's fine though. So how we're gonna do this here? We can definitely start by attacking with Glenn, getting the monarchy back. I could do Valky and turn Valky into a Grave Titan. Which actually would let me. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. Yeah, so I can go Valky, take Grave Titan, turn Valky into Grave Titan, and hold up a Glenelendra to stop Bribery. Fracture Identity doesn't help that much. I'd rather save it, I think. Okay, we get to play Sensei's Divine Top for free because it's Larian Academy. So we'll start with that. I could also just cast Tybalt and like eat Woe Strider and cast Woe Strider. Does that work? Do I have enough mana for that? I only have 9 mana, so I actually don't. I think having a Grave Titan should be plenty. Okay. Alright. Yeah, Lightning Bolt is nice against Liliana. I guess I could have Braid. I didn't really see any artifacts besides like a Mox Emerald from them. Bring out Upheaval. Vraska would be good against them, but I just don't have any green mana. I don't think it's worth trying. We're 1-1 Briblick, going into game 2 of this match. I will say Valky has been slightly better than I thought he was going to be. Good to update your opinions on things when you notice yourself being surprised. Any hand with Palace Jailers looks like a good hand to me. Especially with Sensei's Divining Top to smooth things over a little bit. It's entirely possible we just died a turn 3 Gristleband in both of these games. Of course. Ooh, Concealed Courtyard's phenomenal. Love having Tidehall Sculler as an option. Alright, what's going on? Triple Island Quadruple Black card. Huh. I think I'm taking Knight's Whisper here. Like, the only reason any of these cards matter is if they draw swamps. If they draw swamps, Knight's Whisper can draw them more swamps. Pro Donut, I qualified through the last MCQ. They drew Blue Knight's Whisper. That's not fair. Okay. And there's the Thoughtseize, there's the island they discarded. I assume Palace Jailer is going to be lost. Goodbye, Palace Jailer. That's fine. We'll find another way to win. Three-mana Planeswalker? Fractured Identity. Okay. That was actually the wrong arrangement. I should be holding Fractured Identity back from being visible. Alright, Leon is a pain in the butt. But we are going to be able to upheaval in 2 turns, unless they find a way to stop us. We'll see. Do this instead.
One more draft, you say?
This
Maybe
was
just one more match, you say?
This is one more match. This is the last match.
That was like forever ago, before I went on my errands.
Well, then I did another draft. This is the last match of the last draft.
So you did another draft after your last draft?
You were running errands. I haven't streamed in 2 weeks.
I'm not criticizing.
Oh, you're not criticizing?
No.
Then what's that tone of voice? What should I call that tone of voice?
I'm just commenting.
Oh, just commenting. That's your commentary tone of voice. I see.
I'm gonna use a break.
That does look very tasty.
It's a really good break.
I would definitely take one of those. Mestastic says, Tammy, let us have this. All in all caps.
Only for you, Miss Tastic.
Come say hi, Tammy, says Jofu. Ah, I'm cool. Say hi.
Hi.
Hi, chat.
Did Magic Online get some kind of a makeover?
Nope. This is how it's always looked.
Really?
For like a lot of years at least.
It looks a little more colorful right now.
We're now playing the most time-consuming card in the history of Magic, Sensei's Divining Top. Ooh, some spicy meatballs here.
Hi, Miss Tastic. Hi, Jofu. Hi, Bright Black.
Now the question is, should I save upheaval for next turn? I think it's good enough to just be able to cast it now, and then... I mean, you're not going to be recast Rand Dynamo for a while. I think just upheaval plus Sensei's Top plus land is good enough. Oh wait, should I just be taking their Liana? Maybe I should be taking their Liana before I upheaval them. I'm just kind of upheavaling to upheaval, but I should just... It's just Glendra, right? I'm like, shouldn't be worried about losing my cards. Fracture their Liana and just start confusing. I don't need to upheaval yet. I think that's what's clear. Let's. Sure. Thank you. Oh. Alright. Emery's interesting. But not really. Doesn't really do much. Gets me back Tidehouse color. I think I'm just looking to cast Glendra this turn. There are definitely ways this plan falls apart. But I just don't think casting upheaval at this particular juncture is what I need to be doing. And Pro Donut, I just saw your PTQ story. That is pretty devastating. I still remember the time I was trying to qualify for my first, the first Pro Tour where I got to play Teamer Clover in one of the arena PTQs, and I got to 9 wins, and then I was not playing expansion in my sideboard, and so I died to a flock of angels from what do you call it? The finale of glory, because I couldn't expansion my sweeper, my little sweeper, my flame sweep. I couldn't expansion flame sweep, and so I failed to get the 10th win. Opponent knows I have an upheaval, so we're in an interesting spot. They and I. Scrab God, okay. That's fine. Doesn't particularly concern me. So we can just get a Scrab God of our own and hit their Lily so they can't take our Scrab God. That seems pretty good, right? That does seem pretty good. Let's do that. Nah, it's commonality of play, since his Dividing Top took everyone's time for a very long time. And it was played all the time everywhere. Mine. Thank you. Love that I can even use the ability because we're all the colors at once. We are losing Upheaval here, but I think having Scarab God plus Glenelendra Archmage plus blue mana beats having Upheaval. They got an answer to Scrab God. Let's find out. Do you? Do you have a creature that answers Scarab God? It's going to have to be like Venser or something. If you have Venser, then I'm going to die. I don't think they have Venser, though. Could have reanimated something there. I don't see a reason to hurry, though. Okay. I could Sculler and Jailer. That's probably worth it. And they're done. All right, another 2-1 chat. Those are fun. I enjoyed all of those matches, even the one against Mono Red, even the ones we lost. Really fun format. Don't feel like you have to play one of the 3 popular decks. Feel free to just take powerful cards and kind of blend them together as you see fit. We're probably doing another stream like this tomorrow. I can't guarantee it, but very likely to be doing another stream like this tomorrow. Playing some more Vintage Cube, because I just enjoy this. This feels like a throwback to the days before I was thinking about Magic super competitively. I was trying to do sweet stuff all the time. So I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Don't forget to drop a follow if you haven't. And then once Arena Cube starts up, on January 6th, we're going to be playing a bunch of Arena Cube to get ready for the Arena Decathlon. So Saturday, we're going to be playing in three Arena Cube drafts. It's going to be a marathon stream, super long. 3 Arena Cube drafts, trying to win as many complete sets of Kamigawa Neo and Dynasty as we can. Build up a ton of wild cards, get that Jace Mind Sculptor avatar. I have 3 token entries for the Decathlon. I plan to use all of them. And then on Friday, we'll have a bit of a break for Magic, because on Friday I'm going to be playing in the Storybook Brawl tournament of the month. So lots of streaming coming up of multiple games. Again, drop a follow if you want to make sure you see those, and I hope to see a bunch of you there. You can only win 1 complete set, Dason. Well, I guess I'll just win Mythic Wildcards in the other drafts. Isn't the complete set... Does that mean the complete set is 4 copies of every card? It's not 1 copy of every card? I was assuming it was 1 copy of every card. If it's 1 copy of every card and you can only win 1... That's and you win a bunch of draft tokens too. There's a lot of rewards. It's definitely worth aiming for. It's 1 copy and you can only win 1? Well, that's just clown shoes. I try to go out of the way to avoid, I don't go out of my way to avoid criticizing Wizards, but I don't do much of it on the stream either, because it's kind of boring and a lot of people do that. But this is clown shoes. You set up this whole tournament. You set up this whole tournament. You let people participate in up to 3 drafts, but you can only win the big prize one time? Like, do you still get copies of the other prizes? Burbluck, you'll see soon enough. It's starting up on January 6th. You can also just Google Arena Cube, and you'll probably find the article about it. Like, what are the rules of this thing? Hold on. I find this outrageous. Prizes for the decathlon. Right. Are the Kamigawa Dion Dynasty prize is limited to 1 set per account only. Okay. And it's virtual cards, right? It's not physical cards? If it were physical cards, that would be fine, but I think it's just virtual. Yeah? Exactly, Miss Testic, I agree. Like, it's funny that it doesn't even say whether it's a complete set of virtual or physical cards. Alright, well, we're just going to be winning lots of player draft tokens, lots of wild cards, and a complete set. That's the goal. For Saturday, Friday, we're going to win $1,000 in the Storpic Brawl tournament or something like that. And it's going to be a great weekend, chat. So I hope you're here with me for that. But now I believe it's time for me to wrap this up. I'm getting hungry for some dinner. And I hope to see you all for the Vintage Cube stream tomorrow or for whenever we start streaming Arena Cube next week. Bye! Anybody to raid? Let's see if there's anybody to raid. Anybody else doing the Vintage Cube whose Vintage Cubes I like? Sam is still drafting Crimson Vow for reasons I can barely fathom. Bloody's playing Pokemon. Chris is playing the Standard Decathlon. Ham's playing some Cube. Well, let's raid Ham. I never raid Ham. Ryan's also drafting Crimson Vow. Alright, fire this one off. Small raid, but every bit counts. Alright, see you later, chat. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, like literally AI drafting?